Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, no matter where you are. Oh, it's about 20 My name's Adam. First time I've Good afternoon, Brian.
Good afternoon or good morning, wherever you are in the world.
So we're setting up proceedings at the moment. A few of the teams already out in the lobby and out on track. So as I say, it's 4 hours of the Brands Hatch circuit in the south of England. The weather is good. It's a beautiful sunny autumn day here at Brands Hatch. I've been told that the weather forecast at the moment is good, and hopefully we won't see any of the wet stuff falling out of the sky over the course of this afternoon. GT500 and GT300 classes racing today in our first race of a double header this weekend. This race, first of all, on the Saturday, and then on the Sunday, it's the 12 Hours of London. Brian, what are your experiences of this Brands Hatch track from the past?
If I'm honest here, it's not one of my most favorite circuits, but no, it is still a very legendary racetrack, very fun to drive, and I think we're all going to expect a great race here today. I don't know how many overtakes we're going to see because of the narrow racetrack, but definitely should make things very interesting. So I'm very excited, and I hope all of you are as well.
Absolutely. Very, very old style circuit. Not much tarmac runoff. Many places where the tiniest of mistakes can result in quite an incident. Speaking of overtakes, you can probably expect overtaking down the Brabham Straight into turn one, the legendary Paddock Hill Bend here at Brands Hatch. Also looking across Pilgrim's Drop as we go on to the Grand Prix circuit. Full Grand Prix circuit being used here at Brands Hatch today, not the short course Indy circuit. So that's coming out of Surtees, heading down the hill along where Johnny Herbert had that awful crash back in the late 80s, and towards Hawthorne Bend. They're going to be your key points for overtaking today. I believe the cars are starting to make their way out on track, or all cars have been asked to report into the pits at least. We'll run through, I think, first of all, let's do the grid first. Let's do the grid first, although saying that, I think there is having a bit of an issue with the lobby. Apologies for that. So the grid then. On pole is Inferno Racing, TRL Evolution, taking pole position with a 1:18.440, half a second clear of eScuderia GTMX in the 24. JMML 94 alongside him on the front row. Second row, third on the grid, Glenn Ells 81, a regular to the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Reaper Online Racing is the car he's in today, and he lines up third on the grid. Fourth, completing the second row, are the Team Wise Racing, the French squad. EOL qualified that car in fourth place. On to row three. Fifth is Scar Honda Racing with The War in fifth place for the start of this race. SSR Motorsports and TNR Pfeffer 702 qualified sixth. Might be a bit disappointed with that. Pfeffer, one of the faster drivers that we've seen across the Endurance Series this year. Then we're getting into the ranks of GT300. Race on Oz Racing with Mustafa at the wheel in seventh place on row four. Then it's the Endurance Experience squad with in eighth place Seath 123. Row five is eScuderia GTMX, second eScuderia GTMX car on the grid today. They're in ninth place, and completing row 10, Lightning Speed Motorsport with Ning Dynasty at the wheel. Swift Autosport are 11th, and there is a 12th car in the race today, but unfortunately they've had a bit of a disaster of a qualifying and a few run-ins with the stewards. The Aura Racing Team with TRL Argo starting the car. They'll start from the pits, but already have a 1-lap penalty, so you won't see them until the front of the field starts lap 2. So, Brian, did you catch any of qualifying? Any thoughts that you've made on qualifying?
Think it was not as actually close as I was expecting. But still, I think teams, at least my team, we focus more on our race pace than our qualifying pace. So I'm sure other teams have the same mindset. So we definitely, teams who didn't have the greatest qualifying might make a charge here. You just never know. So.
Well, I'm looking at the teams' championships for each class, and it's definitely a mixed-up grid concerning what we've had happen in these classes in the opening 2/3, I'd say, of the season. Do keep your questions, or start your questions coming in, rather, on the YouTube chat. We'll keep an eye on that, or try and keep an eye on that as much as we can. Just 2 of us in the commentary box at the moment. Brian's going to be sat in the lobby and reporting on lap times and the pit strategies as they play out. I'm just going to be keeping an eye on the live stream itself, describing what's happening out on track for you guys. But as I say, get your questions coming in, get your thoughts on who might win today's race, and you can be part of the show. We mentioned the championship standings. We'll run through those now. As I say, we're getting towards the bitter end of the season. Starting with GT500, so we've got today's race, and then we've got round 22. So that's in a couple of weekends' time, the remaining races for them this year. Currently in the lead of the team's championship are Team Wise Racing on 148 points. I believe that's 148. This printout for me isn't very, very good. Second place are SSR Motorsports, not far behind on 145. So a real battle there in GT500. And even though we've still got one race after this, so I don't think either team could take the championship today. It's still a crucial race for their title bids. Scar Honda Racing are third at the moment on 110. So you never know, with a good race for them today and problems for Team Wise Racing and SSR, we could have a 3-way scrap going into the last race of the season for GT500. We'll know if that's going to be the case in about 4 hours and 15 minutes time. The other 3 teams in GT500, fourth place at the moment, the e-Scuderia GCMX number 24 and Russian Roulette Racing in 5th, 6th place, Reaper Online Racing. And all those 3 teams are very close as well in the 60s and 70s. So bit of pride to play for. It's going to be a remarkable comeback if either of those teams can score a end of season podium position. But you never know in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Drivers' Championship in GT500. This is your top 10 from 10th upwards. Glen Al's 81 is 10th, then 9th it's TNR's 5 Zygon, Giorgio 57 in 8th, TWR Torchen in 7th, The War in 6th, GC255 in 5th, TWR Greco in 4th, Stiggs TC in 3rd, TWR Seb 72 in 2nd, and EOL in 1st. So still all to play for in that 74 points, covering that top 10 at the moment. Going into GT300, and here's a really interesting mix-up. 2 rounds to go in this one as well. Round 20 here today. Oh no, sorry, 2 races after this one to go. The big one being the Spa 24 hours at the end of the season, which the current leaders in the championship will not be taking part in. That's Lightning Speed Motorsports. AJ's informed me that even if they take a big lead out of this one today, they could still be pipped to the title due to that non-participation in the last race of the season. Swift Autosport are the team chasing them in 2nd place. They are currently, though, 28 points, if my maths is correct. Quick maths is correct, behind Lightning Speed Motorsport going into this one. 3rd place, and there's a real scrap here, pretty much from 3rd all the way down to 7th. Race on Oz Racing currently hold the podium spot on 48 points. 4th are Endurance Experience on 35. 5th are Aura Racing Team on 32. 6th are GTO Racing, who won't be taking part today, on 30, and then Dragon Razor Racing in 7th on 24. So still all to play for in that one. So preparations still being made for the start of this one. As soon as we can get things underway, we'll let you know, guys. So, of course, it's the double header this weekend of British rounds of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Round 20 here today at Brands Hatch, and then round 21 tomorrow at Brands Hatch as well for the London 12-hour. And whilst we're filling some time, we'll go through what's been happening in qualifying for that one. I'll just load up the information in front of me. So here we go then. Here is the grid, and a few misdemeanors with the stewards in this one as well. Soka GT Racing have got pole, or Soka GT Racing has got pole for the Scar Lotus team on pole with a 1 minute 25.876. Vile Racing team with Heather Ant at the wheel will be making up the front row. On to row 2, the Green Hell Heathens and Bo Albert third on the grid, and then it's Dart in 4th. 5th on the grid, and starting row 3 of the Dragon Razor Racing team and Scar Honda Racing in their second car to take part in this weekend's racing. In 6th on row 3. Row 4 in 7th place, Team Aqua Racing with Danny B013 and the GTR Blackhawks in 8th with no time set in the qualifying. Row 5 is made up with Race on Oz Racing and Vec Racing team also with no qualifying time. And then starting from the pit lane will be Hyperion and Swift Autosport. So once again, a very mixed up grid for that one tomorrow. You can catch that one live on the YouTube channel for round 21 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. And I'm sure that one's going to be an enticing race for us all there. Just been told by AJ that all GT500 cars, I think, are back in the lobby now. So we're now just working on the GT300s. And fingers crossed, we'll get this race underway on time at 3 o'clock.
And we just were informed by AJ that the start will be delayed because of a new lobby. Looking around 10-minute delay. So hopefully we won't have any more issues as we go through the race. But yes, a 10-minute delay for the start, and we'll also push the finish back by 10 minutes. So
there we go then. Yeah. Green flag hasn't even fallen, and I've already commentator cursed something. Whilst we're waiting for that, I'll pull up the calendar for the rest of the year and also the calendar for 2016. So you remember during our broadcast for, I think it was the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, we ran through the calendar for 2016, and if you want to get your franchise entry in for the 2016 season, I can recommend get it in now, because places are going thick and fast, and we're going to have a very, very strong grid already with what we've got this season. So if you want to be part of the championship next year, don't dilly-dally around, don't wait, get involved as soon as possible. I've seen there's a couple of questions from the chat of what's racing in the race tomorrow, so I should have said that. It's GT Cup and TCN1 who will be racing tomorrow, and that is their last race of the season for both those classes. Running further down the order, first weekend in October, we'll see the Suzuka 1,000 kilometers, which I believe is going to be a double points race for GT500 as well. GT300 in that one as well. Week later, we'll be at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, the LMP3s, the LMGTEs, and the GT4s racing for the Monterey Sports Car Championships, and the season finale, the race itself being on the 18th of October, qualifying the weekend before the 24 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, with GT3 and GT300 classes racing in that one. So as I open up the provisional calendar for 2016, few changes for the classes. So we'll have LMP1 back, GT3 Pro and GTE Pro, LMP2, LMP3, GT4, TCN1 and GTE AM and GT3 AM. Do go on to the website to check out what level of driver you can have in those classes. And at the moment we have a 20 event calendar for 2016, which will start with the 24 hours of Daytona. Second will be our first visit to Australia for the year for the Bathurst 12 hours. Third and fourth events will be a double header at the Nürburgring for VLN1 and VLN2. Then it's back to Bathurst for the Bathurst 6 hour from the weekend of the 18th and 19th of March. On the same weekend, we'll be at Monza as well for the 4 hours of Monza, first of the European 4 hour races. Then another doubleheader weekend at Silverstone, the 4 hours of Silverstone and the 6 hours of Silverstone, I believe, on the same weekend as the real thing in the WEC and ELMS. Then it's back to the Nürburgring on the 29th and 30th of April for VLN3 and VLN4. Mid-May sees a visit to Spa-Francorchamps for the 6 hours of Spa. Then it's on to the trio of 24-hour races that will be in the middle of the season. First up, it's the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Then the classic 24 hours of Le Mans, held on the 26th of July, or June, the weekend of the 26th of June. Then it's back to Spa, the 24 hours of Spa, which will be mid-July. 6 hours of Nürburgring after that on the Grand Prix circuit will be in mid-August, and on the same weekend as the 4 hours of Spielberg round the Red Bull Ring. After that, it's off to the States once again for Laguna Seca, full circuit being used for the Monterey Sports Car Championships, and then the 6 hours of Indianapolis, so Indianapolis Motor Speedway joining the calendar for 2016 before the final double header weekend, the 4 hours of Fuji, followed by the 6 hours of Fuji. So a fair bit of activity going on in the chat. Good to see a lot of familiar names in the chat and some new names as well. So hello to all of you guys. If you've just joined us in the last minute or so, unfortunately, lobby errors already so far today. So the race start is going to be delayed by 10 minutes. All drivers are now in the lobby, I've been told. So hopefully we're less than 20 minutes away from the start of the 4 hours of Brands Hatch. GT500 and GT300 cars racing in this one today. It's Andrew Mather and Brian Blauman in the commentary box for this one in its entirety. I'm going to be here throughout the whole thing for you guys today.
All cars have been called to the pit lane. So they're just running through some more lobby checks to make sure they all see each other in the lobby and on track. So we'll hopefully see everybody be called to the grid shortly, and we can get this thing underway.
Absolutely. So having a look in the comments, Demon Snake 1968 is apparently scared to race here. It is quite a fearsome track, especially some of the high-speed corners where there's, as we said earlier, not much margin for error with the gravel traps. It's a circuit I know quite well. I remember many, many hours trying to complete the Ayrton Senna challenges in GT6. It's definitely one of my favourites, although maybe I'm biased because I'm British. So looking through, I can see RCB99, GTP Bambi, Rono Thomas, all names that are familiar in the chat there. Do get your predictions as to who is going to win the race today, whether they're biased or not biased. D. Griffin is rooting for SSR Motorsports. GT803210, apologies if I've pronounced your username wrong. He's backing Scar Honda. Scar Honda, of course, lining up 5th on the grid with the War starting the race. In fact, that's just reminded me, we'll run through, whilst we're filling time, the full driver lineups that I've got in front of me, starting with Scar Honda. The War, as we mentioned, will start the race, and alongside him in that car, most teams running 2 drivers in this one, I should say. So The War and GC255 in the Honda HSV, the very unique sounding Honda HSV. There's another Honda HSV, that's Reaper Online Racing with Rono Thomas and Glenals81, the 2 gold drivers in that one, starting 3rd on the grid. Number 24, eScuderia GTMX back in their green and Mexico coloured Lexus SC430, Alfa Vanti and JMML 94 back again for the eScuderia GTMX squad. The number 25, the French team, Teamwise Racing, another Lexus SC430, Crelu and EOL taking part in that car today. The number 28, SSR Motorsports, first of the Nissan GTRs, TNR Pfeffer 702, the Platinum driver in that car alongside Sinister Plague. And finally wrapping up GT500, number 29, Inferno Racing, and their bright yellow Nissan GTR GT500, TRL Andromeda and TRL Evolution in for that one. So definitely watch out for them. TRL Evolution, a well-known name in the online racing ranks, very fast driver indeed, as was shown in qualifying. GT300, 6 cars again in this one, 2 Lexuses, or is that Lexi? I'm never sure. 2 Mazdas and 2 Subarus. So the Lexus IS350s, there's the eScuderia GTMX one. So them staying loyal to the Lexus brand. Jelly RT and Oscar taking part in that car today. Jelly being a platinum driver and the only platinum driver in the GT300 class. Or sorry, one of 2 GT300 platinum drivers. So definitely watch out for him. Aura Racing Team, they're in the other Lexus, TRL Agro and TRL Manu Rodri in that car. The Endurance Experience Team, Bo Albert and Seath123 taking part in that one. And that is a strong team, if you ask me, the 2 Australians in the Mazda RX-7. The other Mazda RX-7, Lightning Speed Motorsport, current leaders of the GT300 Teams Championship, JPS Rocket 5, a rookie driver, alongside Ning Dynasty, the gold driver. First of the Subaru BRZs, the only team with 3 drivers, Race on Oz Racing, with Mustafa N64, the Stig 007, and Warrior 2167, the other platinum driver in this race. And finally, the number 68, the second Subaru BRZ GT300, D4 Rizzob and Z-Play 24. So the time is 3 o'clock local time, 10-minute delay for the start of this race, if you weren't aware already, if you've joined us in the last minute or so. Any rugby fans out there, of course the Rugby World Cup has started, and I can tell you that it's Ireland 17, Canada 0 in the 27th minute. That shows that we're live, we're completely live, keeping track of events worldwide. D Griffin not seeing video, don't worry, that's fine. We've just delayed pictures on track at least, because the cars aren't ready yet. So don't worry, you're not missing anything at all. TRL, Andro and Evo in one car. Well, this will be interesting. That's a comment from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Definitely will be. Starting from pole position, half a second clear of the rest of the field. A really, really dominant performance from the number 29. And you never know, it could massively play into the championship, because of course Inferno Racing haven't raced in GT500 so far this year. They come in to replace Russian Roulette Racing, who were lying in 5th, or are lying in 5th in the team's standings. So as we said, that massive battle between Team Wise Racing and SSR Motorsports, so I actually do my maths again, and they are actually tied at this point of the season. So who knows, that could be a massive player in this championship if the two leaders of the championship can't actually win races because Inferno Racing is so quick. So we are getting pictures now on screen. You can see the lovely British autumnal sun. It's very rarely seen, but it's here at Brands Hatch today. So if you're new to the GTPlanet Endurance Series, if you've not watched one of our races so far this year, a couple of things to tell you about in terms of keeping up with the race and how we officiate things. We actually officiate the race as a practice session in the lobby itself, and then team managers submit their progress in the race to our race controller, the head of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. His name is AJ, and he'll be working tirelessly to keep us up to date in terms of who's leading and who's where. Those changes, those updates will be reflected on our little tower on the right hand side of the screen, which is currently showing the grid. You will notice, there is AJ in the safety car. You will notice there is a gap for 12th place, if you haven't heard already. That is for the Aura Racing team, who are taking part in the race, but they unfortunately will have to start their race on lap 2 because of 5 penalties that they occurred in qualifying. The decision taken to start them from the pit lane a lap behind the rest of the field. Rugby update, it's Ireland 22, Canada 0 now, and we're not even at half time. So there you can see the grid, the 6 GT500 cars followed by the 5 GT300 cars that will actually take the grid from the start. And I think we're getting very, very close now to the formation lap. Once again, to run through the order for the grid. Inferno Racing will start from pole in the bright yellow Nissan GTR. Alongside them on the grid, the number 24 e-Scuderia GT Max. Really strong qualifying for them, one of their best of the year with their Lexus SC430. Row 2, the number 22 Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV. So look at that, all three brands represented in the top 3. It's going to make for a very, very interesting race with all these cars very close together on balance of performance. 4th place Team Wise Racing, currently sharing the championship lead with SSR Motorsports. So Team Wise Racing in their white Lexus SC430. Behind them, Scar Honda Racing in the Honda, the white Honda. And then it's the number 28 SSR Motorsports in the red Nissan GTR GT500. So championship contenders line astern with each other on the grid. You can see the green light has come on the start gantry, so cars are starting to make their way out onto track and onto the grid. 5 minutes to race green flag time. 7th place and on pole in GT300, the number 67 Race on Oz Racing in their orange Subaru BRZ, or BRZ, depending on where you're from. 64 endurance experience with the Mazda RX-7. And then it's number 60, e-Scuderia GTMX Lexus IS350. So in that class as well, 3 cars available, one of each in the top 3 in that class. 65 is Lightning Speed Motorsport, current championship leaders. Mazda RX-7 for them, the bright blue one. As we can see there, Inferno Racing just approaching the front of the grid. 11th place, 68 Swift Autosport BRZ Subaru for them as well. And starting from the pits, finally, Aura Racing Team in their Lexus IS350. So Brian, can I press you for a prediction? Who do you think will be the class winners here today as we prepare for this one?
I'm going to start with GT300, and I'm actually a bit stumped between 2 teams here that look pretty strong in my opinion. And I think Raison Oz and Scuderia both look very, very strong for today. So I think those 2 will have to be my pick. As for GT500, obviously not choosing my own team, I'm gonna have to go with, I'm gonna say Team Wise Racing. I think they have a very good shot starting from 4th on the grid. I think they can definitely make their way up and fight for the lead of the race. Another very strong lineup. So, Team Wise, my pick for GT500.
Well, there we go. Do keep your suggestions coming in. Hello to The Bomb, who's just arrived in the YouTube chat. Good to see you back, mate. Good to see you back. My predictions. I say predictions. This is the point of the broadcast where I curse whichever teams I'm about to suggest might win the race today. So I apologise in advance for this. I'm going to go with Inferno Racing. I'm going to be boring and go for the pole position car in GT500. And Endurance Experience for GT300. I know from talking to some of the Green Hell Heathens just how quick some of those Australian drivers are, and Bo Albert is indeed a very quick driver. So they're my tips for GT300. I think we're getting pretty close, guys, to the start of this race. All cars have been called to the grid. The number 62 has been instructed to stay in the pit lane. There you can see the BMW pace car out ahead. Parade lap will start in 2 minutes. So we've just slipped by another 60 seconds or so. But we're getting very, very close now to the start of round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, live here on YouTube across cyberspace, here from Brands Hatch. The lights just being tested there. Countdown. Ireland have scored another try, if you're interested in that kind of thing. 27-0 now. And we'll get this race underway very, very shortly. Brian, you're sat in the lobby, I believe.
Yes, I am.
I was just about, how many cars have we got on the grid? I think I can see that is the blue Mazda joining the grid now.
That is, yes, that is Swift Autosports BRZ.
Yeah, they've just joined the back.
So 11 cars currently on the grid, 1 waiting in the pit lane, as we have 60 seconds till the start of the formation lap, as AJ has just called that. How do you think ORA is going to fare with their start from the pit lane? You think they're going to be able to claw back some ground, or
Well, it's going to
even?
be very hard to see them take a class victory, but given how dramatic we've seen races in the GT Planet Endurance Series throughout the whole year, it is a 4 hour race, so it's not the longest race that we've had this year, but you never know. They could still get a podium if others have issues, but it's definitely a very, very hard proposition for them starting a full lap down. But they have the speed, they have the talent in that squad, and they've done some great things throughout the season in the different classes. So I wouldn't rule them out completely from a podium, as the formation lap is now underway. And one of the Subaru BRZs, a bit slow to get away. That is the Swift Autosport number 68, but he's away and going now, which is good to see. So here we go then. We'll take you round the lap. So we've already been through Paddock Hill Bend. We're now heading up towards turn 2 and Druids. Very tricky corner this, can catch out the best of drivers at the best of times. Heading down now towards Graham Hill Bend, the safety car, piloted by AJ. The field filing round, very colourful grid, great to see, great for this commentary box. We can tell cars apart very easily when they're nice and multicoloured. So we're through Graham Hill Bend, still on the Indy course at the moment, coming along the Cooper Straight. And then it's, for me, the trickiest corner. I don't know about you, Brian, but I'd say this corner here is the trickiest corner on the track in this configuration, Surtees. Have to be very patient before you get on the power. And then it's the long, long run up through Pilgrim's Drop, over Hawthorne Hill, towards Hawthorne's Bend, which is turn 5. So there you can see Inferno Racing in pole position in the yellow vehicle. E-Scuderia GTMX in the dark green. There is Teamwise Racing in the Patronus coloured Lexus. Very, very quick machine. What can they do today? Can they assert themselves in the championship battle in GT500 over the red Nissan of SSR Motorsports? We will find out in due course. There are SSR Motorsports, you can see directly behind Teamwise Racing. Flashing the lights is the Mazda RX-7, that's the Endurance Experience team. My tip for GT300 victory today. So we're coming through this series of left-handers after the Derek Minter Straight, Westfield Bend, then a long Dingle Dell and Sheen Curve. So the pace car will be in at the end of this lap, no overtaking before the start finish line, as is normal. There is the bright blue Reaper Online Racing Honda HSV, watch out for them, very, very quick car. And we're heading along now, we've just been through Stirling's Bend, another tricky left-hander on this track, through clearways or down through clearways, and then the final turn, Clark Curve, for corner 9. Sorry, the race is about to begin. The pace car has pulled away, and leading from pole position will be Inferno Racing as the pace is slowed to what will feel like a crawl in these cars. The green flag is out. The green flag is out, and it's a great start from Inferno Racing. They've taken an absolute bolt of a start, leading into Paddock Hill Bend they go. Little bit crossed up there. It's E-Scuderia GTMX who retains second place. There's Reaper Online Racing. They're up to third place. And E-Scuderia GTMX already having a little look there at Inferno Racing through Druids. Here we go for the first time racing down through Graham Hill Bend. It's Inferno Racing. E-Scuderia. Oh, E-Scuderia getting very out of shape there.
We have a spin GT300. Seth 123. I believe that's Endurance Experience has spun. as
There you
we have
go,
another
straight
spin
away,
as well.
I've cursed them. We've not even seen 45 seconds in this race, and already
TNR
my
Pfeffer.
commentator's curses struck.
TNR Pfeffer and SSR GT500 spun in turn 4. Seems to get away with no damage.
So that's the co-championship leaders in GT500. Very early stages though in this one. If you're going to have a spin at some point, best have it in the first lap, in the first couple of minutes, and give yourself the time to crawl back up. But here is the GT500 field coming through. It's still Inferno Racing clear from the Scuderia GTMX, Reaper Online Racing, Teamwise Racing in 4th place, and Scar Honda Racing in 5th. Here are Reaper Online Racing coming through Clark Bend for the end of lap 1. Still no sign of Aura Racing Team. They're not allowed out on track yet. It's only until the last car has started their second lap. So furious start here at Brands Hatch for the 4 hours. And at the moment, not many changes, just those 2 cars that had spins on the first lap. But at the front at least, it's still as you were off the grid from Inferno Racing, who started from pole. The 62 is on its way. The 62 in the race now, instructed to join the track by AJ. So in fact the top 5 have all retained their positions from the starting grid. And look at the lead Inferno Racing have got already. They've bolted clear of Scuderia GTMX in a very, very strong start for the newcomers to GT500, with the 2 red line drivers in that car today. Very sideways moment there from Reaper Online Racing, really pushing even with 3 minutes down already, trying to close in on Scuderia GTMX. And at the moment, it seems to be the gaps growing as you'd expect off the qualifying times. Still very early in this race though. Here are Scuderia GTMX, currently 4th in the championship, looking to at least retain that 4th position as there's a puff of smoke from Inferno Racing, and Scuderia definitely pushing very hard to make an impression on the newcomers to GT500.
As you said that, Scuderia has just set the fastest lap of the race with a 120 dead versus Inferno with a 120.1, so he's definitely caught him, is starting to catch him here. Be interested to see if he can continue to catch him and possibly make a move for the lead. The gap looks to be around 1 second between Inferno and the Scuderia, and another second back to Reaper. So, as Reaper is, their last lap time was a 121. So, the top 2 definitely looking to make a charge to try and pull away from the rest of the pack. As Evolution in Inferno getting very sideways there through the last corner. Looks like the gap is starting to shrink here a little bit as we start a new lap. Over the timing lines there. And it was Reaper. It was Reaper who set the fastest lap that last time around by only 0.02 of a second. So definitely very, very close right now between lap times in the top for the top 3 in GT500. As we look back at SSR, who had a spin at the very start, they have gotten by now the GT300 fields and now will be looking to close back onto the GT500 pack.
Definitely pushing very, very hard at the moment, the SSR Motorsports car. You can see the puff of smoke being made through Druids a few moments ago, but they are clear now of the GT300 traffic, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of lap times this car can do now that it's got clear air. It's got nobody in front of it for quite a while after that spin and being held up by the 300 traffic. But 3 hours and 54 minutes to go, of course, in this one. Still a lot to play for. Here we are with the leaders then. Inferno Racing still from Scuderia GTMX and Reaper Online Racing in 3rd. Teamwise Racing hanging on in there at the moment in 4th place. But I wonder, with the championship at stake and the issues that SSR Motorsports have had early in this stage, Will Team Wise Racing be playing a more conservative strategy at this point, Brian? What are your thoughts on that? Oh, not sure if we've lost Brian there.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Just saying, Team Wise Racing look like they might be playing a more conservative strategy at the moment, not going full pelt into trying to close down these top three, knowing that their championship leaders at the moment are in a bit of trouble. Is that something that, as a racer, you'd be doing if you were in that position right now of Team Wise Racing?
Oh, definitely. 4 hours compared to some of the other races we had, 12, 24-hour races. It doesn't seem that long, but you still got to run it like it is a 24-hour race. You got to know when to push, when to hold back a little bit, and definitely it is a very smart decision to hold back a little bit, let the front three battle it out, and then maybe make a charge if they get involved with the battling for the lead. So definitely very smart strategy being played by EOL of Team Wise Racing.
So here was the battle for the GT300 lead at the moment between Race on Oz and the number 60 of eScuderia GTMX. Here, though, is another battle in GT300. It's the Subaru BRZ right up the exhaust pipes of that Mazda RX-7, and that Mazda RX-7 is the one that's in the championship lead at the moment. The Lightning Speed Motorsport team with Swift Autosports challenging them at the moment for, I believe, third place in class.
You are correct. That is the battle for third place.
And up the inside goes Swift Autosport into Druids. Classic Druids manoeuvre there up the inside, but no, they've not made the move stick. Great drive there from the Mazda on the exit of the corner, and Lightning Speed managed to take the position back. So great little battle here early in the first 10 minutes in GT300, and there's that tricky corner, Surtees, the trickiest corner on the track. Different lines being played there by Lightning Speed and Swift Autosport. Lightning Speed taking more of a wide entry into the first part of Surtees, and both of them getting good drive out of the corner. Of course, at the wheel of these two cars, it's Ning Dynasty for Lightning Speed and it's Z-Play 24 for Swift Autosport. Sorry, Brian, I cut completely across you in before that.
No worries. As I'm watching the GT500 battle here, Scuderia is still hanging on to the back of Inferno. So definitely not letting him pull away, as both of them look to actually be pulling away from Reaper Online Racing.
So good stuff here in the first 10 minutes at Brands Hatch. It's the 4 hours of Brands Hatch, round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. As once again, up the inside through Druids goes the number 68, but once again, that 65's got, good little chop back there. I think the 68 was trying to chop back to the inside for Graham Hill Bend, but wisely got out of that one. The 65, though, with great traction out of Druids, and has been able to retain to third place in GT300 and 9th place overall. Let's go to the YouTube comments and see what you guys have made of the opening 10 minutes here. Hashtag dive the bomb, I can see from Darren Freeman there. It looks like you guys are enjoying this battle here. Blue flag for the 64, that is endurance experience. So the team that have won the award for Commentator Curse Car of the Day tipped them for a GT300 win a couple of minutes before the start of this race. And what did they do on lap 1? They span off. But still a long way to go in this one. Here is your co-leader at the moment in the championship for GT500, SSR Motorsports, with TNR Pfeffer at the wheel. What sort of lap times are they doing at the moment, Brian? Not sure if we've lost Brian again here on the Skype chat, but definitely looking very quick at the moment, the SSR Motorsports team is. Whoa, big massive slide coming onto clearways there. TNR Pfeffer manages to hold it. TNR Pfeffer, of course, we've seen do some great things for the TNR Nismo team in the GT3 spec of the GTR. Definitely a very, very quick driver. There's a beautiful drift there through Paddock Hill Bend. Blue flags are out again for someone. Here are the leaders. Inferno Racing, and there is one of the GT300 cars, probably about 5 seconds ahead at the moment. Here's second place. Really strong performance so far from eScuderia GTMX, one of the best that they've had so far this season. A bit of an up and down season for eScuderia GTMX at times. They'll be really happy with progress at this stage of the race. Here are the other championship battlers. Teamwise Racing currently 4th on the road, and the team behind them in the championship still with an outside chance of GT500 glory. It's the Scar Honda Racing, that distinctive championship white car, as Teamwise Racing come round the final corner to start a new lap, past the pit lane, through the undulating pit straight that's not really straight, and diving in now to Paddock Hill Bend. 64's got a blue flag again, so this is the Endurance Experience car, pretty much just falling through the field of the GT500 leaders at the moment.
As ORA gets blue flag time 2, as Evolution and Escuderia both go by.
So it's starting to get to that stage of the race already where the GT500 traffic is having that extra challenge of dealing with the 300 traffic. There you see eScuderia GTMX go round the outside of Aura Racing Team through Hawthorns. Really well done move, and at the moment that won't be too risky a move. Later in the race though, when there's probably dirt and rubble and marbles in the outside of each of the corners, that'll be a bit of a trickier move. But eScuderia GTMX not held up there by the GT300 car, and still looking very, very ominous behind Inferno Racing. This gap still looks like it's about a second to me on the screen, as there's another car up ahead. I think that's going to be, I think that was a blue Subaru, so that'll be Swift Autosports. Quite a short track in comparison to some of the others that we visit throughout the year. Pole was at 1:18.4 from the yellow Nissan run by Inferno Racing. So as you can expect, the traffic is starting to play a factor, as there is the Subaru, which I think must have backed off from lightning speed, because we saw a couple of minutes ago those two cars were line astern with one another. But the leaders are past now and back into their battle for the lead. Definitely pushing very hard. Both of these cars were in the 1:20s not that long ago. Can they keep this pace up? Can they do it without making a mistake, of course? Because still a very long way to go in this one. Was that a little bit of a mistake there from Inferno Racing? Going through the left-hander. Not sure. Here's Teamwise Racing going through the Clark curve to start a new lap. As it stands, taking the championship lead into the last round of the season. One race to go after this one, of course, for GT500. 2 races to go for GT300. We'll see both of them at Suzuka for the 1,000 kilometers, and then the 300s again at the season finale for not just the class but the whole endurance series, 24 hours of Spa. It's definitely an event that we're looking forward to here in the internet-based commentary box. Here are second place then, eScuderia GTMX, this dark green Lexus chasing down the leaders. Here's the other Lexus, flashing the lights at one of the GT300 cars. That's the Subaru. Z-Play at the wheel of the Swift Autosport car.
And we look, Thiwar in the Scar Honda is right onto the back of EOL of Team Wise Racing. This will be a battle for 4th position, and I think EOL got held up a little bit by the GT300 traffic. And not too far ahead of them is Reaper Online Racing. So could we see a three-way battle here for the 3rd place in the race?
Absolutely. Scar Honda Racing with not much to lose at this stage of the season. They've got a good gap in the championship standings over eScuderia GTMX in 4th place, who are of course really battling now for the lead of this race. So they are probably the team in this race that can take a few risks today, because the gain is much greater than the loss should they have an issue, and they are right on the tail of Team Wise Racing. Brilliant battle brewing here, and Reaper Online Racing have definitely lost some time in the traffic as well as we go through Pilgrim's Drop under the bridge, along the Hawthorne Straight and into the Hawthorne Bend. And at the moment, Team Wise Racing soaking up the pressure from Scar Honda. The War challenging EOL strongly here for 4th position. There's the car in 3rd position. You can see flashing through the background. So great racing here at Brands Hatch in the first half an hour of this 4-hour race. Puff of smoke there, I believe, from Reaper Online Racing, just running wide a little bit onto the entry. No drama for that car though. 65 has got a blue flag. That's the Lightning Speed Motorsport car. There they are, ahead of Reaper Online Racing.
When Reaper getting held up a little bit by the traffic, and here comes Team Wise and Scar Honda.
Absolutely, that wasn't the best getting out of the way by the number 65, and again, the 65 getting in the way of Team Wise Racing there. Not quite sure what that's about, not something you'd expect from a class championship leader, but the 3 cars are through and past the Mazda now. Might be a little bit of a warning from the stewards coming for that one, but it's a proper 3-way scrap now for 3rd place in the race and in the GT500 class. Still the Honda, the Scar Honda, preying on the championship contending cars here. But once again, Team Wise Racing doing a great job at the moment, soaking up all this pressure. Here we are back with the leaders then. Great looking thing this, the bright yellow Mazda. Oh, in fact, there's a collision there, and the Inferno Racing are off. Going wide there. It was, in fact, you know what? It was overtaking eScuderia GTMX's GT300 car. Now, I'm not going to say that was a deliberate act, but that was very reminiscent to an incident I saw last weekend in the British GTs of the contending car's lower class car getting involved and affecting the result, if you could argue that. But that was a massive moment for Inferno Racing, and I bet the driver there, it's TRL Evolution, of course, at the wheel of the Nissan at the moment, will not have been impressed by that at all, because I don't know whether it was the eScuderia 300 car simply not knowing that the faster car was on the outside, but that was a real scary moment, and at least it's not lost them the lead somehow, and they retain the lead from the 500 eScuderia GTMX vehicle.
Evolution was very lucky there not to hit that tire barrier. Definitely got away with that one. So that's another thing you have to watch out for. It's just traffic in general. It's not a very wide racetrack, this, and there's not much runoff area, really none at all. So it's going to be a mixture between these GT500 guys knowing where they're going to catch these cars in front of them and where they're going to make a overtake, and it's another thing on the GT300 cars to know that there are faster cars approaching, and as well what lane, what they're going to do to get around. So definitely
they're bumper to bumper now. Sorry, Brian.
No, continue.
Oh, it's okay. Just said they're bumper to bumper now, the 2 leaders. Looks like the Nissan has a bit of better drive out of the slower corners, got a bit of a gap exiting Druids. They're closing in on another one of the 300 class cars now. It's the bright orange Subaru BRZ of the Race on Oz team, which are currently leading GT300 and doing a very, very good job at the moment. Hopefully, they won't get in the way of the leaders.
Very close there. Looks like Evolution does want to try and get around. But Scuderia also wants to get around both of them. As Evolution now goes down the inside into the last corner. And both GT500 cars get through there cleanly. So, good, smart move on everyone's part there. Not to make contact, get damage, or anything like that. Very, very smart as well from the Race on Oz driver, Mustafa, I believe is how you pronounce it, to give these guys a bit of space to get by, as they are the overall leaders of the race. And now, Scuderia is still all over the back of Evolution. As Scuderia spins, he's spun into turn 3. He's way off. And he's now rejoining the racetrack, yellow sector 2, right in front of Reaper, Team Wise, and Scar Honda. He's going to lose positions to all of them, or is he?
Yeah, we can see now the 3 cars that were battling for 3rd position are now battling for 2nd position. It's going to be a 4-way scrap. And there we go. The trickiest corner on the track has caught the first victim of the day, and it's the car in 2nd place overall. And here we go then. Here's a scrap for your eyes to feast on. It's Reaper Online Racing now in 2nd place, from Team Wise Racing in 3rd, eScuderia 4th, Scar Honda 5th. And I just think he got a little bit wide there, Brian. He just got on the dirt on the right-hand side of the track, and as he braked, little dab on the brakes, it just pitched the car round.
I think you're exactly right.
Yeah. So here we go then. On to the start of a new lap. The Inferno Racing guys will be breathing a sigh of relief now, because who would have imagined when they were skirting round in the grass and the gravel about 5 minutes ago that this would be the situation. Now, Reaper Online Racing, now the ones absorbing all the pressure. Team Wise Racing have done really well to keep themselves calm, of course. I know we've said it already today, but they're battling, and they've got a great result at the moment as it stands for their championship hopes. And this is a fraught battle now, as there's the Subaru of Race on Oz again, so this could get interesting.
Glenhouse off in the gravel, turn 3. He's got damage. I think he made contact with the tire barriers, and the car looks to be crabbing. So, big mistake from Reaper Online Racing and Glenhouse.
And here we go, the pressure is telling now, and look who's in 2nd place now. It's the championship battling Team Wise Racing as eScuderia GTMX dive up the inside of the Subaru BRZ. They're back into 3rd. Scar Honda Racing now 4th. And once again, I've commentated Kirsty. I said about 30 seconds ago that Reaper Online Racing were doing a brilliant job soaking up the pressure, and they've binned it in the wall, and they've got damage on that car now. Hopefully it won't be the end of their race. Team Wise Racing, now's the time to attack. Now you've got clear track ahead of you. Guys have fallen off. You've now got 2nd place. Will they up the pace now as they're ahead of eScuderia GTMX and Scar Honda Racing? Something tells me they will do, Brian.
As we have Glenhouse, he looks like to be pitting from his damage. So not what he planned at all. It is 30 minutes into the race. This is a bit early for a scheduled pit stop, but if they play this right, it could definitely work into a good strategy. So it'll be very interesting how Reaper could come back from that damage.
But it's definitely dealt their championship. In the championship, they're battling in that scrap for 4th position at the moment with eScuderia GTMX. But it's definitely put their podium chances in this race in massive jeopardy. And have they gone out ahead of SSR Motorsports, Brian?
Yes, they have. They are about 4 or 5 seconds up the road. Also like to note, Glenhouse did looked around 40 liters of fuel on that pit stop. So he's currently got around 75 liters in the tank. So definitely going to be going for a longer stint here, as compared to everyone else in GT500 who has yet to make a pit stop. I believe actually, TNR Pfeffer is the only other car in GT 500 to make a pit stop, and I think, if I remember correctly, it was for that spin on lap 1. So we're going to be it's very interesting right now, the strategies these teams are doing right now. It'll be interesting to see when the front runners of both classes are gonna want to come in. You definitely do you want to try and risk getting that undercut, and getting track position, and then risk having to fend off that position from older tires? It's definitely a very, very difficult thing to do to make a proper strategy. As all 3 GT500 cars get through, they all get by endurance experience.
And endurance experience doing a great job to actually hold onto that one. They got very sideways through the last of the left-handers, but I don't know, maybe the 300 cars need to be paying attention to the blue flags a little bit more, because they got that warning of the blue flag coming down the Hawthorne straight. That was a good amount of time before they got out of the way of the now second place battle in GT500 and overall, and it's currently Teamwise Racing leading it from eScuderia GTMX and Scar Honda Racing, who have and they're probably doing the same thing as Teamwise Racing were doing about 10 minutes ago, just sitting there, not doing anything crazy, and letting these guys ahead of them make the mistakes that will promote them into a stronger position. At the moment, though, no mistakes from these 2 cars in the recent past. Is that a slow number 65, or is that my eyes deceiving me? This is the championship leader, of course, in GT300. Not sure what's going on there for the number 65. No, it's my eyes deceiving me. AJ's just told me it's all fine for the Lightning Speed car. Here's the 21, Scar Honda Racing, with the War at the wheel, who's come on leaps and bounds across the course of this season. eScuderia GTMX right on the rear bumper of Teamwise Racing. As I'm now being told, Lightning Speed did have an incident. They had a little spin in the gravel. So still this battle, we've not even had half an hour, Brian, of this race, and we've already seen so much happen. Still 3 hours 31 minutes to go. Blue flag for the number 60. That's the second place eScuderia GTMX. That's the second eScuderia GTMX car. So both eScuderia cars battling for class honours at the moment in terms of the podium positions. But it's still at the half an hour point. Inferno Racing, newcomers to the GT500 class, showing the rest of the field, not just today but in qualifying as well, how it's done. Brilliant work so far from them. They're leading from this trio of cars here: Teamwise Racing, eScuderia GTMX and Scar Honda Racing in second, third and fourth. Then it's the number 22, Reaper Online Racing, who we saw shortly ago have a big mistake and fell from second to fifth place, and bringing up the rear in GT500 are the other team embroiled in that championship lead going into this race, SSR Motorsports and their Nissan GTR. Class GT300 at the moment, similarly, it's been a very, very good job by the car leading that class. At the moment it's Race on Oz Racing with Mustafa at the wheel, the only 3-man team in this race. They lead GT300 by quite some distance at the moment from the number 60, the eScuderia GTMX. Here are Race on Oz Racing going through Paddock Hill Bend at the moment. Third in the class is the 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport, current championship leaders in 300. 68 are fourth in the class, the other Subaru BRZ. That's Swift Autosport. The 64 Endurance Experience, who had a spin on lap 1 there in 5th in the class and 11th overall. And last but not least, started a full lap down with a series of penalties that they took from the pit lane. The number 62 or a racing team in 12th place.
And just an update on ORA, they are still 1 lap down. They have not made their lap up yet. I believe they are a little over a lap and a half actually behind Raison Oz. So, not making up the ground that I think most of us expected, but definitely still a long way to go here for them.
Question in the chat from Rono Thomas. Glenn Alls in the Reaper Online Racing. It was out of Surtees, a bit of a mistake out of Surtees that lost them those positions, and then since they've been in the pit lane. So Teamwise Racing have pulled a little gap here from eScuderia GTMX. Now, will Scar Honda Racing attack eScuderia GTMX? It's something they really need to do if they want to be in the title fight come the end of the season. At the moment, 3rd overall and lagging behind Teamwise and SSR Motorsports. Beware the dive bomb. I feel there's one coming if the opportunity presents itself. Yellow flag,
and AJ on my screen is took to the pit lane, and he is exiting
Safety
the pit
car.
lane. Safety car, full course yellow.
So something has obviously happened out on track that's missed by us. Safety car deployed.
I am looking around, and I do see a car off. It was Ning Dynasty of Lightning Speed. He was off at turn 6. With whom he collided with, I'm not sure. At least I think he collided with somebody.
Ooh, blimey. Sorry, Brian, massive moment. The trio of cars battling for second place come up on the safety car. The safety car's picked up Teamwise Racing. eScuderia GTMX almost into the back of Teamwise Racing, got all 4 wheels locked up, had a real squirrely moment.
Yeah.
So it's Lightning Speed Motorsport that seemed to have made the mistake that's brought out this safety car.
The safety car really does not help most of these teams here, as they cannot make a driver change. They can make a driver change, but their second driver, they would still have to make a further driver change. As these drivers out here right now, every driver needs to do a minimum of 72 minutes on track. So if any of these teams were to do a driver change, they would have to then do another one towards the end of the race to make sure that both their drivers meet minimum driving time here. As the rest of the cars start to queue up behind the safety car. Do you think the safety car might also be for some lobby troubles?
I wouldn't know, not being in the lobby at the moment. Might well be. Not the first time that we would have seen that this season. The interesting thing for me, though, is where are the leaders in relation to this?
Sure. Okay, AJ has just confirmed no lobby problems. So the safety car was brought out for that incident. So, very interesting. Yeah, safety car for damaged cars.
Leaders are in the background of the shot. I've just seen that bright yellow Nissan join the train.
So, did he make a pit stop, or?
If he did, we didn't see it on the live stream.
And I did not see it in the lobby.
Well, they might have to do. We might have to see the rest of the field actually be let through by the safety cars, so that
as the pit lane is open. So I definitely expect most, if not all, cars to come into the pit lane. As why wouldn't you make a free pit stop here? Most of these guys have pretty worn tires. Their fuel is starting to get a bit lower. So definitely I expect most, if not all, of the cars on track to be making a pit stop here. As let's see if I'm right, a Scuderia is in. Endurance Experience. And the Scuderia GT300 car is in. Evolution is in, Rays on Oz is in. However, the rest of the field stays out.
So there you go. That's a good shot. You can see which cars are coming in. Team-wise Racing now are the leaders, or still are the leaders of the train of cars behind the safety car. SSR Motorsports, you can see, have stayed out. Is this them trying to gain some time back? Can see cars moving away out of the pit lane, so quick pit stops there for the guys who elected to visit their boxes at the end of this lap.
Most of these guys did take quite a bit of fuel. Evolution took he has a full tank. Escuderia has, say, probably 90 liters in its tank. Rays on Oz has about 80. The Escuderia GT300, it's nearly full. Who else pitted under that pit stop? Endurance Experience, nearly full, as AJ will be waving cars around the safety car. I believe, from what I'm seeing here, the safety car actually picked up Team Wise, who was second. So effectively,
Inferno have got a lap lead at the moment.
Exactly, but they are at the tail end of the queue, so everyone's going to be let through, which will recycle everybody back, at least in GT 500, onto the lead lap. So very interesting there.
I guess it was just one of those things. They needed to get the safety car out on track, and it just happened that they picked up the second place car. But that issue will be resolved shortly, and I've no doubt, by AJ and the team.
Inferno's 10-second lead was approximately before the safety car is now gone. However, it was interesting, definitely interesting to see how team-wise, Scar Honda, those two teams did not make a pit stop yet. Glen Owls had made a pit stop a few laps before the safety car when he had received damage. So it's going to be interesting to see what Team Wise's strategy, as well as Scar Honda's, are they going to pit while they're being waved around? I believe that's allowed. You can correct me if I'm wrong. But there we go. AJ is now letting these cars go by the safety car. And I am currently on board with EOL, who, yes, he is coming into the pit lane. So Team Wise Racing is in the pit lane for what we thought would be a scheduled pit stop, as Scar Honda does not pit. So they're going to get the spot from Team Wise Racing. So very interesting strategy here. And from Scar Honda, their tires are not in too bad of shape. He has some 8s and 9s, and he's got about a third of his tank left. So you think he's gonna stay out during the safety car period?
Well, you never know. If there's another quick safety car after this, it could work in their favour. But they are the team that will take risks, if anyone will take risks today. With their position in the championship, what they could gain from this race today, it's not a complete surprise that they've done that. I can see why Team Wise Racing have pitted at this point. They're back out on track now and have beaten the safety car train back out on track, which is good work by their pit crew. They're in a great position now. It's not a position they probably would have expected at the start of this race, but once again, we mentioned earlier them pacing themselves and ensuring that the car was remaining in one piece, and it's brilliant work from that team in this first hour to put them second on the road, although it'll be third now behind Scar Honda.
Yes, and just to give you an update, Pedro did take looked like about a full tank of fuel. And just trying to scroll through here. Yeah, Scar Honda has not. He is not. Hang on, he's gone by the safety car again. So let me check something here. But from what I was looking at, is AJ waving around everybody to recycle Evolution as the leader? Oh, now as here we go. AJ 21 stop. So he was not. Yeah, I was gonna say if he was being let by the safety car again, he would have effectively gained a lap on the entire field.
Yes.
Because he had already been waved around. So, good job by the stewards to recognize that, as he has now stopped on track and will be waiting for the safety car to come back around. Not everybody has been waved through so far. We still have a few cars still in front of Evolution, as EOL is now onto the back, as well as TNR Pfeffer. We haven't talked about much of SSR. I believe SSR is still on the lead lap. So, and there should be in third position now. So definitely the safety car was very helpful for them, as they were quite a bit of ways from the other GT500 cars before the safety car, as the Scar Honda car is going to be, I believe it's going to get the entire field go by it. I'm not sure exactly where it's going to line up, and yes, it is just let the entire field go by. So he's now in fourth position. He will be, I think, in fourth position here once Escuderia gets the wave round. In GT300, I think Raison Oz is still the leader. They have still yet to be waved around as well. Actually, I think here, if I'm not mistaken, they will have Raison Oz and Escuderia GTMX will both have a lap lead over the rest of the field, because where they are in relationship to Evolution, who is the overall leader. The two of them are in front of him, and we're both 1 and 2.
24's in. That's
yep.
The 500 Escuderia GT Max
and
car.
Swift Autosport is in. So as we cycle through here for another lap under the safety car. A little bit confusing right at the moment. So definitely still trying to get everything sorted out here. Hopefully we will be going racing within the next few laps. Scar Honda still not pitting. And I can kind of see why they weren't pitting before, but considering they're now on the tail end, why wouldn't you come in? You know, you're not going to lose anything. So I definitely think I would personally expect to see Scar Honda into the pits this lap, just to get some new rubber and fill a little bit of his fuel. Especially because everyone else in GT500 has fresher tires and more fuel than he does, and they're all ahead of him, I believe, apart from his Scuderia and Reaper's in front of him. So they will be fifth place. They're fifth place at the moment. So do you think they should come into the pits, Andrew? I see no reason, why they shouldn't.
Well, yeah, because it's going to take at least one more lap for the field to sort itself out. We've still got a couple of GT300 cars behind the safety car. Although, as I say that, I think we finally have the leader behind the
yes, we do.
Safety
Evolution
cars. So it's Inferno Racing, Teamwise Racing, SSR Motorsports, Reaper Online Racing. Escuderia GTMX have lost out there. They're now fifth on the road. There are Lightning Speed, but as you've said, Brian, the position for Race on Oz Racing and Escuderia GTMX's 300 car is very strong right now.
Yes. And, Race Hamas into the pit lane. Not a bad call there, considering I think we're going to have to wait another lap to go green. So
yeah,
definitely,
they might even have a chance of getting back up to this field. We're
I
only
think they
halfway
will.
around the track at the moment.
Yeah, so that was a smart decision there to come in the second lap before the safety car pulls in, get the freshest tires, put bit more fuel in. So definitely a smart call to come in there. Uh, and as Scuderia GTMX is in front of them, and he has more fuel and fresh tires as well. So the Scuderia GTMX actually, I think, is going to be the leader of GT300 here.
Good work then by Scuderia GTMX. So their fortunes in 500 not necessarily going their way at the moment, but 300, their race debut in 300, remember, going very, very strongly at this point.
As the safety car is changing over, AJ will be pulling in with his safety car, and Pielster will be coming out of the pits with his. So a safety car driver change. Don't see that too often in this series.
No, not quite sure what's going on there. I'd be surprised if the safety car's almost run out of fuel at this point. It's only been out for, reckon, probably about 10.
Why they are making a safety car change, but they are, as Pielster has now picked up the field, and most, if not all, the teams and cars are now behind the safety car and queued up. So I expect we to go green at the end of this lap, I think.
Which will be good to see. It'll be good to get this race back up and underway. You're watching live coverage of round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series, live from Brands Hatch. It's the 4 hours of Brands Hatch, and what a first hour we have had. We've not even finished the first hour yet, and so much has happened. At the moment, it's still the car that started on pole position in the lead. Inferno Racing, there they are, the bright yellow machine, leading this race from the number 25, Team-Wise Racing. And third place, all of a sudden, are their rivals in the championship, which are SSR Motorsports. Do keep your comments and questions coming into the YouTube chat. We'll try and answer them as quickly as possible. There has been a lot happening, though, for us in the commentary box to keep an eye on. So apologies if we're a little bit slow at times to catch up on you guys. We will be up to a full complement of 3 commentators later, though, in the race, which should help that as we move towards the latter stages of this race.
Sorry to interrupt you, Andrew. Scar Honda is still yet to pit. They are on older tires. They have a 7 and 8 and 2 9s and a little over a quarter tank of fuel, while everybody else in GT500 has fresh tires. So that's a bit of a bonehead strategy there. It could work out very well for them if things go their way. If another safety car comes out pretty soon, as the pit lane is closed, as somebody just got the wave around.
Yeah, it was the number 24 GTMX, the e-Scuderia GTMX car. I'm not quite sure what's going on there.
Yeah, he was still actually 1 lap down. I don't think he actually has received the... Hang on a minute. As I try to figure this out. No, yeah, okay. So yeah, he was still actually a lap down. I don't believe he was actually given the wave rounds yet. So
okay,
there you go. So he will rejoin. He's actually going to be in 6th place. That'll move Scar Honda up to 5th. But as we've seen, Scar Honda is still yet to make a pit stop. So what a crazy first hour, and it's not even over. Oh,
absolutely.
Boy.
So hopefully it won't be as confusing for the rest of the race. But what you need to know is that it's still the number 29 in the lead from the 25 and the 24. So very, very interesting for not just this race, but the championship. Hopefully we'll be back up and racing very, very soon. Do keep it tuned here on YouTube. Thanks for all the support as ever for the series. If you're wondering when the next race is for the series, it's tomorrow. We've got a 12-hour race back here once again at Brands Hatch. TCN1 racing, and the other class, I think it's GT4. It's fallen out of my head which other one it is.
It is GT Cup and TCN1
Cup,
tomorrow.
thank you very much. So they're racing here for 12 hours tomorrow. So if you're around, do tune in for that and catch what will be the last race of the year for those two classes. So hopefully not too long to go now before we're back up to green flag racing here at Brands Hatch.
Just as I'm scrolling through the field, both Evolution and EOL 1, 2, and GT 500 have nearly a full tank, while TNR Pfeffer only has a third left. Remember, I do not believe he's been to the pits for a while now. So very interesting fuel strategies there, and his tires do have a little bit more wear. I still don't think he's actually hit since the early laps when he spun. So yeah, very interesting strategies going on. As Thewar in the Scar Honda still not pitted. So now they obviously can't pit because the pit lane is closed, as we will most likely be going green here shortly. They're going to actually have to make a pit stop soon, so that way they don't breach the 65-minute rule. So definitely expect them to make a pit stop once we go green here. Safety car is in the end of this lap. Safety car in at the end of this lap. Pit lane is now reopened, and there will be no overtaking before the start-finish line.
So here we go then, the end of this lap, probably about in a minute's time, if not shorter. We'll be back to green flag racing, and you can see it's still Inferno Racing leading from Teamwise Racing. SSR Motorsports now up to third place as we wait for the shots to pan round. In fourth place is, I can't see because Glenal's. So that's Reaper Online Racing now in fourth place. Have we got any GT500 cars behind GT300 cars?
Yes, we do.
In the train.
Thewar is in the middle, actually. He's got two in front of him and two behind him. Actually, three behind him. And GTMX, Jimmel?
I always say JML.
Yeah, he is at the very end of the queue. So two GT500 cars are going to have to make some moves here to get by the traffic. And just another thing to note, with all of the fuel strategy, Glenhouse has a little over half a tank. So he's got half the tank of Evolution and EOL. Pfeffer has a third of the tank left and a bit older tires. So very, very interesting strategies being played here, as Pielster will bring the safety car into the pit lane, and Evolution will lead us back to green.
So here we go then, waiting for the green flag. There is the green flag, and the number 29 pulls away again. Good start as well from Teamwise Racing, right on the tail of Inferno Racing. We're back to green flag racing here at Brands Hatch, and it's Inferno Racing leading from Teamwise Racing. SSR Motorsports rolling the dice up to third place. Reaper Online Racing fourth. Fifth place is...
It's a Scuderia. Scar Honda has just entered the pit lane. So I was right. They are making a pit stop here now.
That's
They're going
bizarre.
to lose. They're very bizarre. They had many opportunities to make a pit stop under the safety car and not lose time. So, well I don't know what else to say there.
Yeah, I have no explanation for that either. That's a bit of a slip up there. Oh, big massive moment for Team-wise Racing coming through Surtees, and this is going to give an opportunity
Right, I
to
was going
Online
around
Racing
the
and SSR Motorsports.
They're still side by side. EOL's going to retake
Almost a
the
bit of
position.
contact.
Ooh, that was close.
Not the first time we've seen Surtees catch a fast car out today. And look at this. This is a massive scrap now between Team-wise Racing, Reaper Online Racing, SSR Motorsports. Massive implications for the championship, remember, in GT500. Meanwhile, Inferno Racing, there they are. They've absolutely bolted up the road. They're gone. They're on their way once again to building up that lead that they had before the safety car came in. Team-wise Racing, though, surviving to fight another day at the moment, but they've got a lot of attention now for that second place. Here's the GT300 battle. It's a whole gaggle of them, and I think, in fact, is that the whole GT300 field, pretty much line astern. I think we also saw for the first time today Aura Racing Team. There they are, second in the queue at the moment. Is that Aura Racing Team with an opportunity to get their lap back, Brian?
Yes, it is, actually. They are fighting to get the lap back here from Lightning Speed Motorsports. So a great opportunity here from ORA with that safety car. Tyrell Agro at the wheel, and he's definitely going to be pushing Ning Dynasty to try and get his lap back and really get his race back and get on with it. As he's going to be looking down the inside there, it's turn 5. He's gives him space. Now down to turn 6, and Agro's going to get the move done. Agro now back on the lead lap in GT300, but only just over all of the GT300 cars falling right behind him.
Big moment then for Aura Racing Team. We said before the start of the race that they would need a bit of luck if they were to get anything out of this race. They had to start from the pit lane and a lap down because of penalties that they incurred during qualifying. Look at this, all 6 GT300 cars at line astern at the moment. This is frenetic stuff as one of the BRZs goes up the inside of the thing. I think it's Swift on lightning speed again. Not the first time we've seen that today. We also saw Reaper Online Racing have nabbed third. Reaper Online Racing have lost third place to SSR Motorsports on the previous lap up at the head of the field. We've got our eyes on this 300 battle though. Look at this. This is mad stuff going into Druids.
Correction I have. I made a mistake here with when I ran the numbers. It actually, I think I said this earlier during the safety car period, Escuderia GTMX and Raison Oz have a lap over the rest of the GT300 cars. So Agro is now only 1 lap down, but he is now, if another safety car were to come out and it fell at the right time, he definitely could get some positions here. So
he's definitely in a battle for the podium now, at least.
My
he'll be on the
apologies.
same lap as third.
But definitely pushing here. We'll see. I mean, we still have 3 hours, a little under 3 hours to go here. So definitely a lot of time to make up that ground, especially if we get another safety car. And he is pulling away from the field. So definitely very, very, this is the time to push here for Agro and ORA to try and, while they have clean racetrack, make some time back up and maybe hope for a bit more luck here, because they're going to need a bit of it to try and get just back onto the lead lap, not even fight for the lead here. But I definitely think a podium for them is possible. As, Scuderia is into the pit lane. Scuderia GTMX number 60 is into the pit lane.
Is it for damage, Brian? Because I think I saw one of the it's the white car. It's gonna be Endurance Experience are off going into the entry to Druids. I was just about to say damage. Yes. Was the damage on Scuderia? Because I think I saw them off at Druids last time around.
I did see them off. I did not. The GT6 is not showing any damage on their car. However, we do know that GT6 it's a bit buggy when it comes to showing damage. So it is very possible that they did have damage. There was no need for him to pit as he had fresh tires and nearly a full tank of fuel. As, the 64, warning, lag. So 64 is the Endurance Experience with Seth123 at the wheel. They are currently 1 lap down in 5th position? 4th position?
Yep. Fifth position on the...
Ning Dynasty's got damage. Ning Dynasty has rear end damage. And TRL aggro's into the pit lane here, so absolute chaos going on in GT300. Ning Dynasty is battling for... that is not for position, actually. That is to unlap himself from Raison Oz. We just trying to scroll through here. Yeah, actually, Raison Oz has now taken the lead with Escuderia GTMX in second, as they are the only other car on the same lap. And then it's Swift Autosport with Lightning Speed in fourth. And then Endurance Experience and then ORA. So that is the order in GT300 at the moment, as Thiwar in the Scar Honda is trying to make his way through the GT300 traffic. As I'm looking back up at the battle for second place in GT500, and TNR Pfeffer is all over the back of EOL.
Not just a battle for second place in the race, this is a battle for the championship itself. These two teams tied on points, I think, if I've done my maths correctly, or at least very, very close together going into this race. SSR Motorsports haven't had the most straightforward of races so far. A spin on lap 1 which put them out of position, but they've rolled the dice during that safety car period and it's put them third on the road and right with their title rivals Teamwise Racing. A little mistake by SSR Motorsports. I think their tyres are going off.
Pfeffer's gone off. Did he make contact with the barriers? If he did, it was pretty light. He's got away with it, no damage on my screen. But remember, Pfeffer is on older tires. He did not pit under the safety car. He has not been in the pits for a little over 30 laps, as he runs wide in the penultimate corner. So I think his tires are just starting to get a bit too old here.
They've hit the cliff. I thought
Pfeffer's so there you go. SSR into the pit lane. And that will drop to 5th in class, I believe, when they come out.
Well, it was a brave effort from TNR Pfeffer to make something happen there, but I think they just took the tyres one lap too far. I saw them having a massive moment through Surtees, and then they just struggled for the rest of that lap. But at the moment, here are the leaders. Inferno Racing still imperious in the lead, although right now they're up behind this Escuderia GTMX 300 car, which they had an altercation with earlier in the race. And he's got past cleanly there.
No incident. That's a good thing to see, as yeah, just confirmation. Pfeffer did get out a few seconds ahead of Thiwar in the Scar Honda HSV, but only just a few seconds. So definitely might see a battle here for 5th place. Definitely Scar Honda's strategy has put them in the position they're in now, but definitely could still have plenty of time to get themselves back into this race and the fight for the lead, as Evolution is just sailing away from EOL right now as he's going through the traffic. Last lap they were almost identical, but I believe Evolution was passing the Escuderia GT300 cars, so, but definitely, actually, no, last lap he was 7/10 faster than EOL. My apologies. But so definitely Evolution is trying to pull away while he's got clean air. He doesn't have too much pressure behind him, so this is definitely the time to push, as EOL might have pressure for 2nd place here, as Scuderia GTMX is now back up into 3rd position, and he is closing on EOL. He does have a bit less fuel, and his tires look about the same, so definitely that explains why he would be closing him down here. Lighter fuel load, and I definitely expect to see a battle for second position very shortly.
But whether it will be a hard fight at the moment, I think Team Wise Racing will probably not be too interested in going into a wheel and door banging battle with eScuderia GTMX, because right now they're in a very, very nice position against SSR Motorsports, and they won't want to risk that. They've played
Definitely.
the championship side of things very, very well so far today, and a little bit of dust being kicked up there by, I think, Team Wise Racing. There in the background, you can see Glenn Alls still pushing very hard, still in this race, still with a good chance of getting a podium position, with 2 hours and 53 and a half minutes still to go here at Brands Hatch. You're watching live commentated coverage of round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Andrew Mather and Brian Blauman in the commentary box for you this afternoon, as eScuderia GTMX continue to close in on their fellow Lexus team of Team Wise Racing. Here's a battle in GT300 between a pair of RX-7s. This is the 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport, current leaders in the 300 class championship, against the Endurance Experience team, who've had a very indifferent race so far today.
And this is the battle for fourth position, I believe, in class. Let me just check here. They are on the same lap, so it's definitely a battle for position. This is a little bit confusing on my end, as Scuderia GTMX, the number 60 car, and Raison Oz, the number 67 car, both have a lap lead over the rest of the field. From basically a well-timed safety car for them, were able to get themselves, ended up in front of the overall leaders, and thus got the wave around, which gave them a lap. And Ning Dynasty doesn't seem to be catching Seth123 too quickly here. They seem to be running very similar pace-wise.
Seth123 definitely a very accomplished driver. Both Seth123 and Ning Dynasty are gold drivers, so you would expect those two guys to have similar pace in the same car. Here's eScuderia GTMX, very, very close now to Team Wise Racing as they go along the pit straight into Paddock Hill Bend. The 24 looking very, very racy.
Definitely.
At this stage of the race.
And his last lap was about half a second quicker, so definitely he is catching him, and I definitely expect maybe an overtake here within the next few laps. Everyone else in GT500 seems to be pretty spread out. Would like to note that Glenn Alls, he does have older tires than actually everybody in the GT500 field now. He is starting to get 8s on his tires, and he has about a quarter of his fuel left, while people like Evolution has 2/3 of his tank, and Scuderia has a half, and Team Wise has a 2/3 as well. So all these teams playing very different strategies with their tire stints and their fuel stints as well. So very, very interesting when it comes to the strategy side in this race so far. And we still have well over half the race left. So a lot of action still yet to happen, as Scuderia is still fighting here to try and find a way around Team Wise Racing,
who are doing a great job once again of soaking up the pressure. They pretty much had another GT500 car up their backside for the full race so far today, and once again they're not looking like a very easy car to overtake. The Scuderia GTMX trying to get this second place back. They had second place earlier in the race and were in a brilliant battle for the lead, but that was until they had a spin coming through Surtees and lost a lot of time. But here they are battling for second place. bit of traffic up ahead, so this might present to an opportunity
Evolution's
to get
stuck.
past.
Evolution is stuck behind a few GT300 cars. Whoa, as the RX-7 gets really sideways there. I do not believe it was on camera, but Evolution really just trying to wait for an opportunity to get by. It's very difficult to pass in the Grand Prix circuit, so he was having to wait until they got to the right before the last corner. And and Z-Play in the Swift Autosport Subaru gives him the space into turn 1 and lets him through. So Evolution did lose a bit of time on that lap, but he's now gone past most of the GT300 cars. And we will see, there we go, EOL and Escuderia will be catching that group as well. As, whoa, as one of them picks up a bit of dust. Seth, 1-2-3, running a little bit wide there. This is still, I believe, the battle for 4th position in class. Might be 3rd position, I'm not. There is 3rd position, my apologies. As EOL goes right to the inside there, and he gets the move done. And he's now he's gone past Swift Autosport there, so good racing on both parts there to make sure they understood each other. And Escuderia is getting held up here a bit, as they're really, whoa, is that lag?
We've seen the lag warning already for the...
Seth 1-2-3 just did a complete 360. He's been instructed in limp home mode, but he's right in front of the pit lane. Did Scuderia get damaged here? We'll find out. They do not have damage. That was a very, very lucky escape there. As on my screen, they came out of the penultimate corner, and Seth 1-2-3 just simply spun. Crazy like, almost. It looked like lag had an effect on that as well. And I, for a definitely big minute there, thought Escuderia was going to get wiped out. As the black flag has now been shown for the number 64 of Seth 1-2-3 for lag, and they will have to change drivers now. So a race that hasn't gone the best for Endurance Experience has just gotten much worse for them, hasn't it? This is definitely not what they wanted at all, but I guess it had to be done just for the sake to keep everyone else, not get affected by one driver dealing with lag. So they will have their second driver coming in, which I believe, if I just pull it up right here, is going to be Bayou Albert.
Correct. And
he is still yet to join the lobby, so this is going to be a bit of a slow driver change. But if he can stay connected to the end of the race, they've passed the minimum driving time. So all these teams, once they make their driver change, do not need to make another one, as both drivers will have meet minimum driving time. So that is at least a good thing for them, that they're not going to get penalized for not getting enough driving time on one of their drivers, as Evolution is still looks to be around a 6-second lead over EOL, who is just done by the leaders in GT300, Raison Oz. Definitely got a bit more of a gap to Escuderia, so I think EOL might be turning up the pace here a little bit just to get himself a bit of breathing space. And he's got clear track as well. Both him and Evolution now have clean racetrack for quite a while. It's the next car in front of them, as Bayou Albert has just joined the lobby, is a good 20 seconds up the road. So definitely Evolution and EOL, we're going to have a few clean laps here with no traffic. So maybe we'll start to see some really fast laps here, and I'll keep an eye on that as well.
So here are team-wise racing, with that little bit of a gap now to Escuderia GT Max. And for one of the first times today in the race, no one up behind the back of that Lexus, sorry. The bright orange Subaru BRZ of Race on Oz Racing you saw in the background there, they're in a nice position at the moment in GT300. Still though, Inferno Racing leading this race brilliantly. so far, with just over an hour and 15 minutes completed. You're watching live coverage of round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Andrew Mather and Brian Blauman in the commentary box for you. And what drama we have seen in this opening third of the race. I think it was the right decision, though, to get Seth 123 out of that car. They've seen already a warning on that car for lag and definite issues for Seth. And I don't think it's the first time we've seen issues for Seth 123. Not his fault. He lives in Australia. Australia have notoriously bad lag at times. Not really something you could put at fault of the driver. Bo Albert will be in that car if not already.
He is on track at the moment. He's not all over yet for Endurance Experience. They have made the driver change, so they're done with that. So it'll be very interesting to see if Bo Albert can get some lost time back here, and maybe start to call up the running order a little bit here, as I am currently on board with Thewar, the Scar Honda HSV, who, under that last safety car period, made a very bold move not to make a pit stop and then pit when the safety car came in, and they have lost about a minute on the rest of the field. So they're currently last in class in 6th place, about 20 seconds behind the next car of TNR Pfeffer in the SSR Motorsports Nissan GTR GT500. Next up is Glenhouse 81, who's actually been pretty quiet this last 20 minutes or so in 4th place. He is starting to get really low on fuel, and his tires are definitely pretty old, so expect Glenhouse to make a pit stop here shortly. In 3rd position, we have a Scuderia GT-MX in the Lexus car, and still very close behind Team Wise Racing in the other Lexus, driven by EOL. This is still the battle for second, and about 5 seconds up the road is TRL Evolution in the Inferno Racing Yellow Hat Nissan GTR. So that is your running order in GT500. In GT300, currently Raison Oz is leading with Mustafa in the car. The Scuderia GTMX about a half a lap behind them in 2nd place. And then, if I'm not mistaken, Swift Autosport is now moved up to 3rd position, about a lap, or I should say a half lap ahead, or behind, excuse me, of a Scuderia. So he is the first car 1 lap down in class. And then Ning Dynasty in the RX-7 for Lightning Speed Motorsports. The championship leaders coming into this race are currently in 4th position, about 20 seconds, 30 seconds behind Swift Autosport, as Glenhouse is now, and I was right there, he has come into the pit lane, so this is definitely a scheduled stop. It'll be interesting to see how much fuel he does take. Or is he going to make a driver change, you think? He could do a driver change now. No, he's not. So he's waiting on fuel right now. And he is away. He's got about 60 liters in the tank. So doesn't look to be doing too long of a stint here, Glenhouse is. So very interesting to note. And he is behind now TNR Pfeffer in SSR. They have moved up now to 4th place. And Thewar is still a good 10 seconds behind those guys.
Question, Brian, from Blue Eyes Phoenix. Can we get lap times for each class, please?
Yes, we can. So, currently the fastest lap in GT500 was set by Tira Evolution with a 1:19.221, and only a few hundredths behind him was GTMX JMML 94 with a 1:19.258, and only a few thousandths since behind him was TNR Pfeffer in the SSR Motorsports GTR with a 119.262. Thiwar in the Scar Honda did a 119.464. Glenhouse did a 119.482. And EOL rounds out GT500 with a 119.629, as that was all of their fastest laps so far set in this race. In GT300, the fastest lap so far was set by Mustafa with a 124.234. The next fastest lap would be set by TRL Agro in the ORA racing car. He has done a 124.739. GTMX Jelly has done a 125.174. Z-Play 24 in the Swift Autosport Subaru has done a 125.497. Bayou Albert, who has just entered the lobby not long ago to replace forgot his name.
Seth123.
Yes, thank you. Seth123, he's done a 125.257. And Ning Dynasty rounds out GT300 at the moment with a 125.852. And Escuderia GT500 are into the pit lane. They were third in class, and they've taken, looks to be around, they've got 60 liters in the tank here. And, oh, they're going to come out side by side with Reaper Online Racing, and Glenhouse going to get the move done around the outside. What a move from Glenhouse to get third position from Escuderia as they were coming out of the pit lane. So now, Reaper Online Racing up into the podium places after not the greatest start to their race. Definitely a good comeback here from Glenhouse 81 and the Reaper Online Racing HSV. Now, can Escuderia get that third position back? Well, he's got fresher tires, and he does have a little bit more fuel than Glenhouse. So really, it's going to be, I think, all down to driver skill here. Which one is going to be faster, I do not know. So definitely, I think we'll see a battle for third position. And AJ has just actually notified us the running order, as I will go through that here. So first place at the moment was Inferno Racing. And then second place is Team Wise Racing, a few seconds behind. And then SSR Motorsports is now in third position. Yes, they are. My apologies. That was the battle for fourth place. That's where Glenhouse is. But they're only a few seconds behind TNR Pfeffer, so could see a battle, three-way battle for third place. Scuderia are now back to fifth place. And Scar Honda will rounding out GT500. And as I said, Raison Oz leading GT300 over Endurance. I don't think it's Endurance Experience. That's what it's showing. I think it's Scuderia GTMX, because Endurance Experience did have that driver change, which did cost them a few laps. So I think Scuderia GTMX is in second, over Swift Autosport in third, Lightning Speed Motorsports in fourth place. The ORA racing team, who had to start from the pit lane, are still in fifth place, and I think Endurance Experience has moved back to sixth, but I will confirm that shortly.
Thanks, Brian. So that was your update of the results at the 1 hour stage of this 4 hour race here at Brands Hatch. On screen at the moment is your leader, as you can see. Thanks to Brian for giving us some of those info for the off-camera incidents. Blue flag for the number 67, and here's a good little battle. In fact, there is the 67 that's just been lapped by eScuderia GTMX and Reaper Online Racing. And not the first time we've seen these two cars battling out on track today, and we've seen both of these cars as well have little incidents at this very corner here, going through Surtees. Can eScuderia GTMX use the newfound performance after their pit stop to get past Glenelg's? Bit of dust being kicked up by the Reaper Online racing car through that last corner. Two very experienced drivers at the wheels of these two cars. Is Aura P11? The answer from AJ at the moment is no.
No.
So still Endurance Experience just in the lead from that car in the battle for the wooden spoon in this race. As once again,
I believe they're on the same lap though, because they did lose about a lap and a half worth of time because of the driver change. So as Evolution's getting caught here by a few GT300 cars, he is still yet to make a pit stop since the safety car Evolution. Him and EOL still yet to pit. The gap between them is about 8 to 9 seconds. And they have a pretty good gap back to third place, which is TNR Pfeffer. He is the first one to make a pit stop since the safety car.
So here's the battle still between eScuderia GTMX. Whoa, massive slide from Reaper Online Racing through that last corner. Really starting to feel the pressure from GTMX at the moment. These two cars fighting for that last spot on the podium at the moment. Definitely the pace in both of these cars to get a good result today. There's SSR Motorsport still going round on a very, very off-kilter strategy to the rest of the field. Remember, they took the option to not do a pit stop during the safety car period that we had about 45 minutes ago. So if that strategy is going to work out, we're not going to see it working out until, I reckon, the very latter stages of this race, unless there's another safety car which throws everything up into the air. GTMX still all over the back of Reaper Online Racing at this point, but Reaper Online Racing soaking up the pressure so well at the moment. Hopefully.
Sorry
Go ahead, Brian.
You, Andrew. Thewar into the pit lane. So this, I am not sure if this is a scheduled stop. He came into the pits, the safety car came in, and EOL is now into the pit lane. So that is a scheduled stop, and that was the car in second place in class and overall. So Evolution is still yet to pit, and these tires are a bit worn. I'm gonna check what his last lap time was. It was a 20.0, but the car who is now taken second position and is on fresher tires, TNR Pfeffer, did a 20.6 last lap. So Evolution's still flying even on older tires. So definitely very, very interesting here. And checking now where EOL's just come out in front of TNR Pfeffer. So EOL will retain second position in class, but only just over TNR Pfeffer. Scuderia GTMX a bit further behind those guys. And then you go back to, Glenelg's just in front of the Scuderia. That is the battle for fourth position. And then Thewar, who I actually believe is, if I'm not mistaken, he's gone a lap down to Evolution. He is behind Evolution on the track and is showing to have done one less lap. So Thewar is now one lap down in last position in class. Very interesting for the team who looked pretty strong going into this. Made a pretty bold strategy call during the safety car period to not pit. So far hasn't worked quite well for them. Do you think they have time to still come back from that, Andrew? Or do you think that was just a mistake that it's not going to be able to, excuse me.
Simple answer, no. I think they've really, really shot themselves in the foot with that strategy call as was that's Team Wise Racing having a battle with, I think actually it's one of the GT300 cars. But yeah, I think Scar Honda have unfortunately really shot themselves in the foot with that strategy call. I just don't get why they did not pit under the safety car, and especially as having pitted straight after the safety car came off track, and it's completely ruined their race, because if there's another safety car now, they lose a whole lap to the rest of the 500 field, and it's going to put them in a really difficult position to get anything out of this race.
The reason they're a lap down, Evolution is still yet to make a pit stop. Once he makes his pit stop, they will get back onto the tail end of the lead lap. So they're still technically at the moment they're a lap down, but they will get their lap. They'll get back onto the lead lap pretty soon here, once Evolution makes his pit stop. Another thing to note, Pfeffer's on much older tires than EOL, who's only pitted a few laps ago, so Pfeffer's dropping off the back of him. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to mount the charge, as, he's lost it into turn 1, he clipped the gravel, he's gone off, he's got damage, and it's gone really wrong here for SSR. Yellow sector 1, he's got back going again, but he does have front right damage, and it looks pretty heavy. The car looks to be crabbing quite badly, so he was gonna have to pit soon. But this is another thing we saw just after the safety car period. He was on much older tires and just simply was making mistakes and lost time and had to make a pit stop. I think the same thing has happened here again, so you can almost say SSR is shooting themselves in the foot here by not pitting when they really need to. Their tires are just really, they're not up to where everyone else is, so not good at all for TNR Pfeffer. That they might, I believe they're still going to hang on to, when they make their pit stop, to 5th place. I don't think Thiwar is going to, he might actually. That'll be interesting to see how long a pit stop Pfeffer takes, and seems to be getting back to pits pretty quickly there, so damage doesn't look too bad. As he comes through the last corner, and he is ducked into the pit lane. So let's see if Thiwar can get back into 5th position. And while this is all going on, TR Evolution is still just, he is pulling away. He's running his own race right now. He's still yet to make a pit stop. He's got a little under a quarter of a tank. His tires are actually pretty worn, more worn than Pfeffer's were. As the 24 car, and I believe that's a Scuderia GTMX, has got a warning for overtaking lap cars. And we said that many times, it's quite difficult. And we've just seen it there. So, yeah, they definitely do not want to receive another warning and receive a penalty. So, gonna have to watch out for that for a Scuderia, as they are still now 4th in class behind Team Wise and just behind Glenhouse, who has now moved up into the podium positions. Pfeffer has come out in front of Thiwar by about 8 seconds, so Thiwar still, Scar Honda, they really just cannot get themselves back into this race. They're still stuck in 6th position. It's not looking too good for them. So a lot of the action has been in GT500. It's been pretty quiet in GT300. They've had a bit of action with getting lapped, but apart from that, things definitely have quieted down there. As Raison Oz is still leading with a pretty sizable lead over a Scuderia. It's actually, when Raison Oz crosses the line, a Scuderia is just coming out of the 4th corner. So that just shows you how big of a lead they really do have in GT300. And keep in mind, those two are the only cars on the lead lap. So it is possible we could see Raison Oz lap the entire field, and that wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't, you know? to see.
Definitely looking very strong at this stage of the race for Race on Oz. Still this fantastic battle going on between eScuderia and Reaper Online Racing. Reaper Online Racing doing a great job fending off one of the fastest cars that we've seen out on track this weekend. Remember, eScuderia qualified on the front row of the grid, but at the moment haven't been able to convert it into at least a second place. This is the battle for third place, as SSR Motorsports' strategy plays out. And just the nature of this track at the moment I think is playing into the hands of Reaper Online Racing. Reaper Online Racing with Glenn Alls at the wheel, able to hit every single apex and not give eScuderia GTMX's driver JMML94 the chance to get past at this stage of the race. Here is SSR Motorsports. Whoa, very big slide as they overtake, I believe that was Race on Oz. Yes, it was Race on Oz. Number 67, who is now, I think, coming to
in the pit lane. He is in the pit lane. So the leader of GT300 is in the pit lane. He was in the red on fuel, so this is definitely a scheduled stop. Interested to see how much fuel he does take. And he's still waiting on fuel, so definitely he might be getting, and he is getting a full tank of fuel here, so looking like a very long run this next stint for Mustafa in the Race on Oz Subaru BRZ. So the leaders of GT300 looking quite comfortable right now over their rivals.
Coming up to the halfway stage then in this one still. Oh, is he going to have the inside into Graham Hill Bend? No. Oh, no, he is. This is running wide from Reaper Online Racing, and it's now going to be a drag race down to Surtees. eScuderia on the inside. Can they finally take third position? No,
he can't.
Glenn Alls holds it round the outside quite brilliantly to hold on to third position. They've now got, I think it's a racing team up ahead of him. The lights being flashed furiously by Glenn Alls. And Glenn Alls lives in third place for yet another lap. Brilliant racing there.
We knew this was going to happen. I had a feeling he was going to catch him, but man, Glenn Alls is doing everything right now just to hang on to this position. He doesn't seem to have quite the same amount of pace Scuderia has at the moment. His tires are also a little bit older. Not much, but a little bit. As Scuderia is now trying to go around the outside into turn one. He's got a nose looking. Can't quite get the move done there. Thinks better of it, probably. Scuderia is just trying to get Glenn Alls under pressure here. Get him to crack and take over third position and start mounting a charge back towards Inferno, who have just simply pulled away from everybody and running their own race. Glenn Alls still just hanging on. This is great racing.
Really good stuff
fantastic
from Glenn Alls at this point of the race. No mistakes in the last hour. Really strong performance from the Reaper Online Racing driver. The very different drivability characteristics of these two cars. I think on the brakes, the Lexus is the better of the two, but it's out of the corners, especially out of the slow corners, where Glenn Alls is just able to keep that gap. You can see again there, just pulling away that little bit from eScuderia GTMX and is able to hold on to this position right now. Let's see once again as they go through the left-hander. The gap's about the same through there, but especially up to Druids, eScuderia seem quite strong, but just unable to convert that into an overtaking maneuver at this stage of the race.
Just to give you guys an update, Thiwar in the Scar Hondas just set the fastest lap of the race with a 1:19.101. That is a little over a tenth faster than what Evolution has set. And Evolution his tires are getting there. I think we're gonna see Evolution. He's in the red on fuel. He's hit some traffic. If I were Evolution, I'd come in right now and try to avoid running into this traffic. And he does come into the pit lane, so perfectly timed there by Evolution. He has about a 35 to 40 second gap over EOL. I'm not sure. He might. It depends really how long he waits on fuel. Do you take a lot of fuel, still try to run your own race, but risk giving it that lead up, or do you try and, I guess, short pit here, as Pfeffer goes through? Is that for? No, my apology. That was to unlap himself, and yeah, Evolution has gotten out well in front of EOL by, say, about 8 seconds. So good stuff there from Evolution to get back out. He took a little over a half a tank of fuel there, so shouldn't be too long of a stint here. And we've passed halfway, and we still have not seen, or we haven't hit halfway, but we're getting there soon. We're definitely going to start to see driver changes soon, I would expect, as there's only been one team who has made one so far. So these drivers trying to get everything out, get everything out of the car that they can before they give it over to the next driver, to give themselves a good position here. Evolution leads over EOL, and then in third position is Glenhouse, still just in front of Scuderia in this amazing battle for third position. SSR Motorsports are in fifth position, and Thiwar is still in sixth position, but like I said, he has set the fastest lap of the race. He's on pretty new tires and lower fuel, so that would explain why. So he's definitely trying to make up some ground while he's got some clean air, and try and get Scar Honda at least up the order a little bit after they kind of shot themselves in the foot during that safety car period.
We saw Race on Oz having a bit of difficulty, I think, putting another lap on the Endurance Experience car coming out of Druids. Here is still the battle to watch out on track at the moment. Third versus fourth, Reaper Online Racing. Little bit of a gap now to eScuderia GTMX, but once again, here's the corner where eScuderia is strong. We've cut away from it now, and looking at some of the 300 cars, I think that is Swift Autosport. Yes, it is Swift Autosport, the number 68 machine. Closing down at the moment on, I reckon, it might be Lightning Speed Motorsport. Yes, it is, championship leaders in GT300. Meanwhile, right behind them, SSR Motorsports on the charge at the moment. Still trying to play out this different strategy to the rest of the field.
Glenhouse runs wide. Glenhouse runs wide. He's lost the position at Scuderia to third position. And that was exactly what Scuderia was trying to do. Get Glenhouse under pressure, wait for him to crack, and he just did so on the exit of turn 5. Ran wide, went onto the grass, and Scuderia goes by. And as I say this, Evolution has just retaken the holder of the fastest lap with the 1:19.082. So we will definitely, I think, see 18s out of Evolution here, as he's just come out of the pits and his tires are still trying to get up to temperature. That is a very impressive time. He's actually only a few seconds on track from lapping Thiwar, and if he does lap him, that is actually a lap down. You know, they're on different strategies, of course, but they're actually quite close on fuel, so very interesting to see as we look now at, well, I'm at least looking at Glenhouse. He has definitely lost a few seconds to, oh, we have a yellow 3. We have cars off at sector 3. A scooter, there's a Jelly has left the room. Somebody was off there. I can't see who it is.
Jelly was the driver in the GT300 eScuderia GTMX. Is there still a car off the road, or was it Jelly?
I cannot. I'm scrolling through everybody right now, and nobody's showing damage. So I'm not sure who that was. Maybe we'll get confirmation from AJ here on who that could have been. It wasn't any of the front runners from what I can see. So I'm not sure really what that was. Hopefully we do get confirmation from AJ. It's green, whatever it was. But Scuderia did. I think that was a disconnection. He didn't write type DC, so I don't think it was. Yeah, we got confirmation the number 60 car who was running in second place in GT300 has disconnected. GTMX Oscar is joining, and I believe, can you do a driver change under a disconnection? Is that allowed, Andrew?
My poor knowledge of the rules can't confirm it, but I think you can. I think it's similar to what we saw with Seth earlier. If there's a driver that is legitimately having a issue with connection, they can change, but you can't walk back to the pits. I think you've got to take into account the time you have got to. So say if you disconnect on turn 1, you can't just have a driver hop into the lobby and then take over, because there's realm for gaining time that way. So the new driver's got to wait. He's got to wait until the car would have come back to the pits. I think he's got to wait until the car would have come back to the pits under a limp home mode as well.
Yes.
I know it's something that was a big factor at the Nürburgring, because it was causing people to have very, very long waiting times before they could join the race again.
Yes, and we do have confirmation from AJ that it was a disconnection, and that you can make a driver change, and Oscar will have to wait to rejoin the race. So still not over for those guys, but they're gonna have to wait a few minutes, I believe, till they can rejoin the race. I believe they might still come out in 4th position, because as we know, ORA, who's been pretty quiet a little bit lately, started a lap down and still have not made that back. They are still 1 lap down, I believe. And we also saw earlier, it was Endurance Experience have issues. So currently, positions 4, 5, and 6 in GT300 are a little bit unknown at the moment. And AJ will, obviously, he's working on the provisional results throughout the race, so we'll get confirmation on the running order there. As I'm currently on board with Evolution, who is he's pushing, he's trying to lap Thiwar here. Now, there's no blue flag, because it's not like F1. The blue flags are only shown to lower class cars, and it's not actually meant for them to initially get out of the way. It's meant for them to recognize that a faster car is approaching. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the rules are intended to be. So definitely going to be interesting to see if Evolution can lap Thiwar.
Well, he's definitely got a good opportunity to do it. The two of them are dealing with the Endurance Experience GT300 car at the moment. Here we are on board with TRL Evolution, the leader of the race, and there is the war in the Scar Honda Racing that is holding on at the moment to being on the lead lap, but I reckon it's going to be a battle that they're going to lose. The rate at which the race leader is going at the moment.
Glenhouse and Mustafa both into the pit lane there. Glenhouse, that was, I think, scheduled. Yeah, he was low on fuel, and Mustafa, I don't remember, I think he was in the pits not too long ago, so, or has this race just flown by that fastly? I apologize if it has. Oh, they're both making driver changes, so there you go. Glenhouse will be replaced by Rono Thomas, and Mustafa will be replaced by
N64
Thiwar is off at turn 7, I believe, in the gravel. So he's made a mistake. He might have cracked under pressure, and Evolution has lapped him. So yeah, Warrior has replaced Mustafa. So there you go. So those two teams have made their driver changes, as we are on board still with Evolution, I believe.
Rono Thomas, I can see, has got into the Reaper Online Racing Honda in the place of Glenn Alls, and we saw it on board. We were riding with TRL Evolution on the stream at the time, and it's once again not the first time we've seen this. Driver approaching a corner, gets the outside rear wheel on the grass, turns in or brakes, and the war was just a passenger at that point, straight off into the gravel, and it could be a crucial mistake from the Irish driver. Here's the 68 coming into the pits. Swift Auto Sports with GTPlanet at the wheel. Will he be getting out in the out of the car in place of D4 Rizzob? We'll know very shortly.
Do not think so. He is waiting on fuel, so I don't think so. He hasn't typed DC. So yeah, he's actually out of his pit box right now. He has full tank of fuel, so Z-Play will stay in for another stint. Swift Autosport, I believe, are still third in class. GT300 is a little bit mixed up, if you would like to call it that. With the safety car coming out, it kind of threw the order up a little bit, as Warrior and Renault Thomas are now both taken to the racetrack. So the driver changes are complete for those teams.
Very, very close moment there between Scar Honda and the Endurance Racing squad. Endurance Racing's driver, which it's Bo Albert now, isn't it, at the wheel of that one. Very, very quickly realising that there was a very fast and dive-bombing Honda HSV up the inside of him, and there was no contact that time around. But the War definitely trying to pick up some of the pace again as we're on board with Team Wise Racing now. Still in this very, very strong position for their championship battle against SSR Motorsports. Second on the road, but way behind the imperiously fast Inferno Racing here today. But right now, they will be very happy with this, considering that they started a little bit down the order. Started on row 3 in 5th position. And no mistakes so far from the co-championship leaders, who will be going into the last races of the season. If the result stays like this, they'll be very, very happy indeed. Blue flag for the number 67, that's Race on Oz, the leaders in GT300. 2 hours and 7 minutes on the clock to go here. You're watching round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series live from Brands Hatch. First of 2 races this weekend. Remember, we've got the London 12 hour, which is the GT Cup, and TCN 1 last race of the season. So down to the wire, last little bits of points and pride for those 2 classes in their 12-hour race tomorrow. Some more races to come before the end of the year as well. We've got Suzuka, Laguna Seca, Spa-Francorchamps that we're all visiting before the end of the year. If you want to catch up and get all the latest news and gossip on the series, if you want to get involved in any form of capacity, whether it be driving, team managing, being part of the broadcast team, whatever it may be, go across to the forums at GTPlanet, the dedicated sub-forum for the series. You can get all the information there. Remember, if you're umming and ahhing over whether to enter next year, if you want to franchise next year, do it now, because the places are going thick and fast. There's Team Wise Racing just going past the GT300 leader. A bit more GT300 track up ahead of us, traffic up ahead of us as well. Brilliant onboard shot here as we go through some of the fastest corners here. Really tricky corners this series of right-hand corners. Sorry.
Oh, we have a car off.
Into the left-hander. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry to interrupt you. We had a car off. It was Renault Thomas. He went off at turn 3. I think he's done the same thing we've seen. He possibly put a wheel on the grass when he was getting on the brakes and just lost it. Luckily, no damage, and he's able to rejoin without too much drama. As a Scuderia now into the pit lane. So will this be a driver change? I wonder. Hasn't said DC yet. There is the DC. Okay, so we're gonna see a driver change here for the Scuderia boys, who are in 3rd position and now will drop a few positions because of their driver change. GTX Alfonti 44 will be joining, who will be replacing JMLL, and we'll be waiting on him to enter the lobby any minute now. Just to update the gap between Evolution and EOL, it is 16 seconds. and it's extending. So with Evolution setting lap times, and as I've just said, he set a 1:18.897. Evolution is just, he's in a class of his own right now. He is flying away from the rest of the field. His last lap was over a second faster than
spin.
DLL's.
Sorry, Brian. Spin for the Nissan. Oh, he's managed to keep it
Yes.
going. This is TNR Pfeffer in the SSR Motorsports. Got it completely crossed up through Graham Hill Bend, right in front of the leader. The leader's still behind the red Nissan, but massive moment there for SSR Motorsports.
Evolution looking to try and overtake him. He does not want to get held up here at all costs. So Pfeffer will definitely not let him through easily here, as he's going to try and hang on here. As Thiwa is going to make a driver change. So Scar Honda's going to make a driver change here.
So it could be Thiwa getting out and GC255 getting in.
As we still watch Evolution tucked up right behind Pfeffer. These are the two Nissan GTR GT500 cars. As Evolution got a really good exit off the last corner. He's gone down the inside, and he looks like he might clear him into turn one here. Fantastic move from Evolution to read where he was stronger, and he got a great exit. He set himself up perfectly to make that move into turn one, and now he's got some clean air here.
Very good move.
Very good move indeed.
How are Pfeffer's tyres at the moment?
He's got a few 8s and 9s, and he was, well, now he's a lap down. He actually has more fuel than Evolution, but worse tires. So that is interesting to see. Evolution's tires, he has mostly 9s, and they still look to be in pretty good shape. He's got a little over a quarter of a tank. So I believe we'll see as we pass the halfway point here. We're going to have to see driver changes within the next 40 minutes or so for most of these teams, as some teams have already made theirs. GC255 has joined the track, replacing Thiwa in the Scar Honda. And just
side by side here, going down the Hawthorne Straight, two of the GT300 cars. This is Race on Oz and the e-Scuderia GTMX GT300 car, which is back out on track. I don't know if we've mentioned that already after their disconnection. Race on Oz taking the spoils of that particular little battle. Race on Oz still producing a very good performance here so far today. And third at the moment, of course, in GT300. And you never know, with Lightning Speed Motorsport definitely missing, I've been told by AJ, definitely missing the last race of the season at the 24 Hours of Spa. A race win here today, a good performance at Spa. You never know, from a long way behind, this team are not out of the title fight for GT300 at this stage. And it's been a very, very strong performance from both Mustafa and Warrior 2167, as we're just about, well, we're under 60 seconds, 53 seconds on my screen, away from the halfway point of the 4 hours of Brands Hatch here on the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Good to see a good number of you still in the chat. 32 people watching on the stream. Hello, everybody. Andrew Meller and Brian Blauman, also known as RCB, in the commentary booth for you. And good bit of banter going on. I see Pointless saying Pfeffer is so close to the glue factory. Steady on now. Let's keep it clean. But yeah, very lots of little errors from Pfeffer today. I'm not sure what's happening today. It's very uncharacteristic from him. But then again, lot at stake for SSR Motorsports today.
Sorry to interrupt you. Ning Dynasty will be making a driver change here. He's typed DC, so yes, he still has not got out of the car yet. Agro's also into the pit lane.
So this will be Ning Dynasty, the gold driver, stepping out of the car and handing over to a rookie driver and a name. It's the first time I've seen this name in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. So welcome to the series, JPS Rocket 5. and a fair bit of pressure as well, considering the stature of this car and how well it's done in the early parts of this season. There's the race leader going up the inside of the wall. Oh, the wall's in the wall. The wall's in the wall. Sorry, it's not the wall now. It's GC255. But that's a spin there for the Scar Honda Racing. Got on the dirt on the exit of the left-hander coming onto clearways. And hopefully he's got away with that without too much damage. Nothing wrong really that Evolution did. Left enough room for the Honda on the outside, if you ask me. But a little spin there once again. Another car getting caught out by the dust and the grass that lines the Brands Hatch.
Sorry to interrupt you. Ning Dynasty typed the word DC, or the letters DC, but still is on track. So, has something happened? Because he did not make a driver change. So I'm think here something has happened to maybe his co-driver, and he just simply wasn't ready to get in. So Ning Dynasty has gone back out. TRL Agro has left the lobby to give the wheel to TRL Manu Rodri, and Z-Play is also going to be making a driver change here, and that is for the Swift Autosport number 65 car. Is it 65?
Sorry, what was that? That was Manu Rodri, yes, is in the 62. I was just going to say, with Ning Dynasty, that is a local run outfit, so it might actually be that they have made a driver change, but it still says Ning Dynasty's name.
Oh. And I apologize, they are a local team, so that explains why. That's why they were waiting in the pit lane. I saw them reset themselves. So yes, they were following the local driver change procedure, which is different than the standard network driver change procedure. So yeah, my apologies there, as TRL Manu Rodri has now joined the track, and Z-Play has left the lobby, and who is replacing him?
Z-Play out, D4 Rizob in. So that's the change for the number 68.
As just another update between the gap for the lead, Evolution is about 18 seconds in front of EOL, so he is definitely pulling away. In the background, from what I can see, Scuderia is not about for third position. I think he is one lap down because of a driver change. So Evolution, EOL, Pfeffer are still yet to make driver changes at GT300. In GT500, excuse me, GT300, Actually, I think every GT300 team has made a driver change, so we're just waiting on 3 more teams to make their mandatory driver change. And they are the top 3 at the moment.
So on board at the moment, I believe, with the Endurance Experience Mazda. Bo Albert at the wheel of this one, going through Hawthorns now. Not the best of days for the Endurance Experience team. A spin on lap 1, lag issues for Seth 123 that resulted in a black flag for this car. They're still plugging away though, still a long way to go in this one. 1 hour and 55 minutes and 34 seconds to go. It could all change in both classes between now and the end of the race. Do keep your comments coming in on the chat. Keeping a half eye on those. And do make sure that you follow the relevant Twitter accounts as well if you haven't already. I suspect most of you are following them already, but it's GTPlanet News and GTP_AJ are the key ones to follow. There's the leader in the background, still pulling away from the rest of the field. Here's a little battle. Ooh, almost. I think there was a bit of contact there between Scar Honda number 21 and the Lightning Speed Mazda.
There was damage on the Scar Honda.
Is that from the spin they had earlier though, when they front-ended it into the wall behind the leader?
I am not sure. They were both front end damage. I just don't remember which side it was. It could be the same damage, but it looked like there's still contact. And the Mazda does not have any damage, so that possibly you could be right. It could be from his earlier spin, as he's getting lapped there by Scuderia.
Can see as well that Teamwise Racing are now right on the tail of Scar Honda, and I reckon this is for a lap up the inside into Hawthorns. Oh, very, very close racing between Scar Honda and Teamwise Racing. This is the first time we've seen a bit of fraught action behind the wheel of the Teamwise Racing Lexus. Bit of dust being kicked up, desperate to get past because they know Scuderia aren't that far. There they are, not that far behind at this stage of the race. Here's the corner where GC255 had that spin not too long ago. Can Teamwise Racing get it up the inside into Clark? Yes, that's a very, very good move. Although still GC255 hanging it round the outside as we go down the Brabham Straight. There's a car in the pits. I think it's Endurance Experience. Still side by side, and now Teamwise Racing get the job done down into Paddock Hill Bend. Great racing from these two cars. Scuderia is going to be joining into this not too long from now. Alpha Vanti 44 now at the wheel of the dark green Lexus. And that gap to the other Lexus has definitely closed with that little scrap with the 21. So once again we go out onto the Grand Prix circuit, turn left away from the Indy circuit. Can Scuderia use straight line speed and get past the Honda? Not at that stage. The Honda does have reasonable straight line speed compared to the Lexus. But it has been great to see that despite these three cars being so different in the way that they move around the track, the way they sound, the way they perform, still very, very close when it comes to the final lap time. And here you see now the gap that Teamwise Racing are now pulling away from these two cars. So it's swings and roundabouts. It's the turn of Scuderia to get held up by the White Lotus. Done it again, not a Lotus. Why do I keep talking about Lotuses? It's a Honda in front of him, as I think that's SSR Motorsports in the pits as well for the GT500 class.
As I'm just checking in with the GT500 cars and how much fuel they have, Evolution is pretty far into the red. He doesn't have much fuel left, so expect Evolution into the pits quite shortly. As well as EOL has a little bit more fuel. He's just above the red, and TRFF has just actually made a pit stop. He's got about 2/3 of a tank, so be very interesting. Looks like Evolution may be able to do maybe 2 more laps. I can't see him doing much more than that. So Evolution going to have to make another pit stop here. And will it be a driver change this next pit stop? As we are starting in about little under 40 minutes times, every team must have had made a driver change to meet regulations. Currently, Inferno Racing, Teamwise Racing, and SSR Motorsports are the 3 teams yet to make a driver change. So they have a little under 40 minutes left until they have to. Pfeffer seems like he's going to be out there for a little bit, another good 30 minutes or so, as he's hit only a few laps ago. But EOL and Evolution on older tires and lower fuel, definitely expect a pit stop from them and maybe even a driver change.
So back on board here, this is with the Scar Honda GC255 at the wheel of this one, nursing some injuries to that car though. The front end damage from a little bit of a spin earlier in the stint whilst being lapped by the team.
Swift Autosport is off at the last corner, and Evolution is now into the pit lane here. Will this be a driver change for Inferno Racing? I have a feeling it is, as he is now into his pit box, and we wait to see if we see the message DC. from Evolution. We have not seen it yet. So it looks... Oh, there we go. There's the message. DC there. So driver change for the leading car overall.
Oh! Sorry, Brian. Little spin for the Scar Honda, and he's parked it. Ooh, that's a bit of a scary one. He spun it and pretty much spun into the pit lane entry. He's got it going again now, but another spin there for the Scar Honda. Once again, just on the exit of the corner, got the rear left on the dirt. Round went the number 21. He's back up and running again. Andromeda now in lobby.
So Team Wise will now have taken over the lead, but they're going to have to make a pit stop pretty soon. They're going to be in the red on their fuel probably next lap, so I say they can't get more than a few more laps out of their fuel tank. So, and their tires are pretty worn, if I'm honest. So definitely expect EOL to make a driver change here soon, which would then, I believe, I'm gonna find out here when Andromeda does rejoins the track. He might still have gotten out. No, he's not going to. Pfeffer is going to, or it will be close here, but Pfeffer has still not made a driver change, but he was a lap down. Andromeda's just left his pit box as Pfeffer goes by. It's going to be close between the two of them, as we had another spin at the exit of turn 1. I'm not sure who that was. I'm trying to scroll to...
Sorry, Brian, I missed it off the screen. If it was on the screen, I'll let you find who it was. Here's a battle in GT300. E-Scuderia trying to recover from that earlier disconnection.
Oh, we have another spin. Somebody's spin. I cannot find who it is, though.
It's Swift Autosport. Swift Autosport.
It's Swift Autosport, yes.
Yeah. They just disappeared off the screen and then reappeared back behind E-Scuderia.
Oh, and Pfeffer had a spin on the exit of turn 3. So now he is, once EOL makes the driver change, Andromeda will take over the lead, even though Pfeffer has still not made a driver change. So, unfortunate there for SSR. But still not over quite yet, as we're interested to see how Andromeda does, as this is his first ever GTPlanet Endurance Series race. And he's taken over from a great stint from TRL Evolution, as EOL is now into the pit lane here, and I definitely expect this one to be a driver change.
It'll be Krelu getting into the car. Very, very quick French driver at the wheel of that one. I think SSR Motorsports are coming into the pits as well, Brian,
yes,
so watch out for that one.
Pfeffer is into the pit lane here. He's got engine damage. Pfeffer has engine damage on my screen. It's a driver change for the both of them. So, yeah, here we're definitely gonna, now we should see Andromeda retake the lead here. So that is it. Every single team now has now completed or will complete their driver change. So, and AJ has just told me he's crashed when he came into the pit entrance. So that is very unfortunate for them. They did lose a few seconds because of it. Sinister Plague is now in for Pfeffer, and Krelu is in for EOL. So their driver changes have been completed successfully. Things starting, or hopefully calming down for a little bit there. So we'll hopefully AJ will update the tower on the right hand side of your screen, and we will get an update on the current running order. But I still believe Inferno Racing will keep the lead through these driver changes, and I think Team Wise will be second position overall. So quite an exciting first half of the race, hasn't it been, Andrew?
Absolutely. It's been a really good race to commentate on and watch. Lots to go on and lots to talk about. Here's the leader in GT300, still the number 67, the Subaru BRZ, operated by the Race on Oz racing team. Warrior 2167 at the wheel of this car. Coming through the Clark Bend now, and really there's been no issues for this car.
Krayla was off at turn 2 on his out lap. He had just come out of the pits and ran wide into the gravel in turn 2. Big mistake there from Krayla.
Here he is on screen. Can see him moving in, although that's the Reaper Online Racing. Krayla in the background there in the green and white Lexus. In fact, has he lost a position there to Reaper Online Racing?
Let me find that out for you. Yes, he has. Rono Thomas is indeed in front of Team Wise on the track. I'm not sure if that is for position, and we're going to have to get confirmation from AJ, but for on track, he is in front, so that very well could be second position there for Reaper Online Racing. They've slowly starting to come back. Excuse me there for my voice crack. They're starting to slowly come back from not the greatest start to the race, and I believe they could very well be in second position. They're only a few seconds in front of Prelude for Team Wise, and Sinister Plague is just behind those guys as well, but I think he's a lap down to them. I'd have to, again, confirm that with AJ, but I believe he is a lap down to the cars in front of him. So, very interesting there. Not too much has happened in GT300, really. I believe Raison Oz is still leading with Warrior behind the wheel. Not sure who's second. Yeah,
by process of elimination, it's either going to be Lightning Speed or Swift Autosport.
Let's see where
I
they
would guess Swift, because I don't think we've talked about them making many mistakes throughout the course of the race.
Swift having a bit of a moment there. I think Swift may still be in second, but I'm not sure. He's definitely struggling. D4 doesn't seem to have quite the confidence in the car. So, very interesting. I think Lightning Speed very well could be in second position, and then Swift Autosport in third, as more of the GT500 guys setting their lap times. Currently, Andromeda leads the way with a 1:19.689, and then it's GTMX Alfanti with a 1:19.977. Rono Thomas with a 1:20, and he was slow. When I cut to Rono Thomas, he was slow going through turn 3. I'm not sure if he spun or not. That did look a bit odd from where I'm watching. So, but Rono Thomas set a 1:20.657. as GC255 for Scar Honda, 1:21.356, but that is with, I believe, his damaged car. He still has not pit to repair. Sinister Plague, 1:22.061, and Krelu rounds out with a 1:23.708. So fastest laps. Currently, all these drivers probably on full tanks, trying to get used to it. I think we'll see faster lap times as their stints go on.
Here is Krelu on screen at the moment, recently having taken over the Team Wise Racing car, and directly behind them, I believe that is the SSR Motorsports Nissan, which they're fighting in the championship for. Yes, it is. So Krelu, of course, a very, very quick driver. Hopefully can get over that mistake that he made through Druids earlier on. He's been performing very well in not just the Endurance Series, but also the GTPlanet Karting Series. Thanks for the support on that one as well. Myself and Tom Brooks have had some great fun commentating on that over the past few weeks. Expect more very, very soon. So at the moment it's advantage team-wise racing in the GT500 Championship battle, and they're doing fairly well in this race as well, currently on for a podium finish if nothing too dramatic happens to them in the second half of the race. It's still, though, out up ahead once everything shakes itself out, the number 29 Inferno Racing. I know it says on the right hand side there of the tower that they're in 4th place. That'll have been what it was at the 2-hour mark, but once everything is shaking itself out, they'll be back in the lead because we haven't seen them off. Blue flag for the 64. That's the Endurance Experience team with Bo Albert at the wheel. In fact, is that them there just ahead of us? Yes, it is. And another one of the GT500 cars up ahead of Krelu. I think that's Reaper Online Racing at the moment. Yes, it is. Coming through Druids now, Krelu looking like he's got the hang of this car now. A little bit of a drift there, but nothing too much to worry about. Closing in on Bo Albert. Will Bo Albert get out of the way? Yes, he sticks to the right-hand side of the circuit. And up the inside goes the Lexus. Oh, no, not quite past that time. Coming onto the straight now, onto the Hawthorne straight. This great bit of circuit, diving down the hill, under the bridge, up over the hill again into Hawthorne Bend, and through go the 2 GT500 cars. And all of a sudden, the attentions of that SSR Motorsports Nissan are probably giving Krelu something to worry about, because now I think the hammer and tongs will be out between these two cars, because they will race each other quite hard, I expect. Into the last corner, there's Reaper Online Racing, still doing a really good job today. It's not been perfect, but they've recovered well from the little incidents that they've had. They have been up as high as 2nd in this race so far today. In fact, they'll have been scored as in the lead as the pit stops sorted themselves out. You can probably expect the official 2-hour update to be coming along very, very soon. Do stay patient for that, guys. AJ furiously working his calculators in race control to bring us that update as soon as possible. My stream is frozen. Apologies for that. In fact, even with a refresh, it's frozen. It's back now. We won't have an hour 2 update, I've just been told by AJ. So apologies for that. But I think by the sounds of it, we've got this one on the top of this one at least. Still with the 2 championship leaders going into this one before today. Tied on points, of course, at 145 apiece.
And sorry to interrupt you, we have a question from Seth Hill. How's the lap times for each class looking? I will let you know in 1 minute. Currently, Andromeda leads the way with the fastest lap of anyone on track so far, with a 1:19.6. Then it's Escuderia with GTMX Alvanti behind the wheel with a 1:19.9. And then Rono Thomas with a 1:20.6. Krelu with a 1:21.2. So he's improved a bit on his fastest lap. GC 255, a 1:21.293. And Sinister Plague rounds out GT500 with a 1:21.459. Warrior currently leads fastest laps in GT300 with a 1:24.147. Tyrell Manu Rodri, a newcomer to the series, with a 1:24.416. Bayu Albert, 1:25.329. GTMX Oscar, 1:25.865 as he just left his pit box from a pit stop. Ning Dynasty, or I believe that isn't named Dynasty, but his co-driver,
It'll be JPS Rocket 5 now at the wheel.
he has done a 127.151, and D4 rounds out GT300 with a 128.661. So that is your fastest laps from each of the teams.
So there we go. Hope that answers your question. Here are the leaders still. And they haven't really been anywhere but the lead. Oh, beautiful drift there from Andromeda through Druids. Closing in on eScuderia GTMX. So it might not be... Well, I'm mistaken. I don't think they're in the lead on track, but it's with pit stops shaking themselves out. Unless, of course, that is a lapping. Or is it the 300 car?
I believe it is lapping. I'm trying to compare what it was before the set of driver changes. I believe it is lapping, but not confirmed yet. Andromeda does have much fresher tires than Avanti, who actually has less fuel as well, and he's done more laps. Twice as many so far in his stint, so he got in before Andromeda. So, as the 68 is receiving a penalty for stint limits on the previous driver, I believe, or is it?
Is that a you've not pitted for so long penalty? I forget how much time it is. You meant to make.
It is 65 minutes.
Yeah.
I think that might be what has happened here. So yeah, he's come into the pit lane here, and he's going to serve this penalty. I think it's going to be a 30-second penalty. But really unfortunate there for Swift, who looked to be running third in class.
Yep, it's for the previous driver. AJ's just confirmed to us. As the battle between the leader and eScuderia GTMX rages on. eScuderia GTMX doing a good job of keeping that very fast Nissan behind at this stage of the race. What can Andromeda do about this? Can he get past? Can he stick it down the inside into Sterling's? No, not that time.
He's right.
Very,
he's
very
all
quick.
over the back as they lap endurance experience. As Hu gets a little sideways there. He's still tucked up the rear wing of GTMX Avanti as Swift is allowed to rejoin the race. He's looking around the outside of turn 1. Doesn't get backs out of it. Thinks better. That was smart. As he looks down the inside of turn 2. He's got a nose. And they're still side by side as they head to turn 3. And looks like Scuderia is just going to hold off at the moment. Andromeda still trying to find a way around. It gets a better exit off turn 4, that is. And it's a run down towards turn 5. Andromeda side by side. He's down. He got the inside line. He's going to clear him. He's going to clear Scuderia just as they head their way into turn 6. So good move there from Andromeda. Being patient, not pushing the envelope too much there. And he's now gotten himself around Scuderia. Whether that is for position or not, we do not know yet. But still a good move from Andromeda.
Very, very professional driving there from both cars and showing why they have done so well so far in this event. At least 90 minutes to go then in this one. We're getting towards the evening time here at Brands Hatch. Still the weather very good. The weather forecast staying true to its word that there's no rain on the way as far as we know. Coming up now, and look at the lead that Andromeda is now able to pull out over Alpha Vanti in the Lexus. Diving down here towards Graham Hill, and great bit of track here. Very rewarding if you can hook this part of the track up as they go through turn 4, the tricky Surtees, and that's how you do it. Beautiful line there from Andromeda. And down this long, long undulating straight towards Hawthorns. Here's the race leader in GT300. It's still the number 67 race on Oz, who've not put a foot wrong so far today, but the car behind them have. 68 Swift Autosport now back out on circuit after serving that penalty. But given what else has been going on in GT300, probably still on for a good result. We've seen issues for eScuderia GTMX's car, which had a disconnection probably about an hour 15 ago. Aura Racing Team, of course, start from the pit lane after their misdemeanors in qualifying meant they started from the pit lane on lap 2. They lost a full lap from the green flag. Endurance Experience have had a few spins and a few incidents which have put them out of contention at the moment for the podium. And then, of course, you've got Lightning Speed Motorsports, who haven't had the perfect day either, and not as much pace as we maybe would have expected them to have, but they're still in contention probably for a podium finish. And it's all plays into the hands of these guys who have not really had to do much. They've not... Oh, go ahead, Brian.
68's been given another penalty for stint limits. So their day has just gone from bad to worse to even worse than that. So not good at all for Swift Autosport there. They're going to lose, I think, a position or two because of it. So what position they were in before this, I really have no idea. But very, very unfortunate for Swift Autosport, who seem to be putting in a pretty good race so far. But stint limits, unfortunately, got the best of them, and they're getting penalized for it. And they will be coming into the pit lane this lap to serve that penalty. I believe this one's going to be longer than the first one. Just not good at all for Swift Autosport.
Well, it's like Porsche at the Nürburgring WC a couple of weeks ago. You get one penalty for one thing, then you get the second harsher penalty for exactly the same thing slapped on you a couple of minutes after. I'm sure we'll find out in due course why Swift Autosport have been pulled up for their stint limits. Although, actually, no, is that... do you know what I think's happened? I think it's because it's popped up on the screen twice. Because I've just had a from AJ. So, false alarm.
Yeah. That was odd. It appeared, I thought they were receiving another penalty. So, my apologies there. I think that was a little bit of a glitch with the lobby chat. So, my apologies there. But, so it's not another penalty for Swift Autosport. So if you are watching and you are rooting for Swift Autosport, sorry to give you that big of a scare. But it's still not been the best day for those guys, has it?
One hour 26 to go then for round 20 of the GTPlanet Endurance Series. And the penultimate time we'll see the GT500 cars this season. They've still got their 1,000 kilometer race around Suzuka, where these guys, the GT300s, will also be present. And then the GT300s have another race after that, the final race and final 24-hour race of our season around Spa-Francorchamps. So into the pits comes the 67.
Scheduled pit stop here. Looks to be taking quite a bit of fuel here. He's got about 2/3 of fuel and fresh tires now, and he is on his way. The leaders in GT300 really having a flawless day so far. Very, very good drive here from both drivers. Pretty good leads. They've been really the only team in GT300 to not face any issues so far. So very, very good there. Another team we haven't really mentioned too much is ORA, who started from the pit lane. They haven't had too many issues really since the start of the race. So maybe they are gained a few positions because of this. As they're currently battling with a Scuderia that might actually be for position in the end. We will find out soon, though.
So that's That's TRL Agro and TRL Manu Rodri at the wheel of that car, and it's good to see that they've had a pretty good race in terms of pace and lack of incidents, and hopefully it'll be a good learning experience for them, because of course Manu Rodri in his first race in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, I think by their own admission they didn't have the best qualifying, and yeah, it'll all be lessons learned, and hopefully they'll come back later in the season and have a stronger event. Here we are on board then with a team that's had some very strong events. Into the pits goes Reaper Online Racing on board whilst we were on board with Team Mars Racing. Here's Aura Racing Team up behind at the moment, eScuderia GT Max. So this is the two Lexus IS350s having a good old scrap at the moment as they come through the Hawthorns Bend. Do like the look of that Aura Racing Team. It's quite Mercedes-esque with the silver.
Definitely. Oh, he runs a little bit wide there onto the grass, gets it back under control. Good save there from TRL Manu Rodri.
So coming down now through clearways.
He has just entered the pits there, and his tire's a bit old, so I think this will be a scheduled pit stop here. Had a little under a half a tank of fuel, so I do not expect him to take too much fuel here. Let's see, and no, I'm proven wrong. He's taking a full tank of fuel, so interesting strategy there. He's gonna have to make another pit stop, as there is about an hour 20 to go. So very interesting there. Probably gonna not take too much fuel on his last stop, but very interesting fuel strategy there by the ORA Racing Team as they come out just behind Lightning Speed Motorsports. There's not Nathan Dynasty at the wheel, even though it says it on screen. It is his co-driver. Just bring up his
Rocket.
Yes, thank you. And looks
SSR. Sorry, Brian.
Looks to be trying to make a move around the outside, maybe, and he does make the move nice and easy there. So fresh tires definitely look to be quite a good thing around this place. As we go back to, see, I think that is SSR, who haven't had the greatest race so far. They're still a very good position. Sinister Plague at the wheel.
Going up the inside there with Lightning Speed Motorsport. Good move there by Sinister Plague, making his way through the GT300 traffic. And I think still, we said earlier that with the strategy that they're on, that really got thrown up in the air with the safety car in the first hour of the race, we're not really going to know what kind of full state SSR Motorsport's in probably until the last half an hour of the race, when the last pit stops will have sorted themselves out. But I agree, Brian, it's not the worst position to be in. They had that spin on lap 1. It's been a recovery drive and a damage limitation drive ever since, and they have had good pace at times. Maybe not the best management of tyres, but I think that's the position that they got themselves in with that first lap spin. They've had to push, they've had to take some risks at times, and it's still within reason, if we have a bit of drama up at the front of the field, that they could get a podium out of this.
As Andromeda is making his way through some more traffic, he's actually only a few seconds behind Sinister Plague, and I believe that is not going to be for position, and he in fact is going to lap him as Andromeda goes past the ORA racing car and does a nice little drift through the last corner. Onto
the pit straight then. Andromeda now clear of that GT300 traffic. now bearing down on the fellow Nissan driver, not JPS Rocket, Sinister Plague at the wheel. Silver driver Sinister Plague, so looking to hopefully bump himself up the order into the gold and platinum ranks, which might open some opportunities in the higher and bigger and better classes for 2016. If you haven't heard already, the classes and the level of driver allowed in each class have been announced for 2016, so head across to the forum to check that out. Here's a little bit of a battle. It's the 24 coming through some GT300 traffic. eScuderia GT Max deal with both of the Subarus quite easily there. Still 67 leading this race, but they've got a little bit of attention on track, at least from the other Subaru, the 68 of Swift Autosport, and I think Lightning Speed yes, they are there in this little mix as well.
Andromeda still all over the back of Sinister Plague, still yet to get the move done, but definitely trying to find a way around. Doesn't need to push this too hard. As I say this, he's going down the inside into turn 2, and he's got the move done. So a good move there from Andromeda once again. Good driving on both these teams, understanding where they are on the racetrack and giving them each other plenty of space there. So good driving on both parts. As we watch Raison Oz, driven by Warrior, who are currently leading in GT300 by quite a big margin, I would imagine, as they've been really the only team in GT300 to not face any issues. So good day for Raison Oz at the moment. But we still do have a little over an hour to go, an hour and 15 minutes to go. So things could still definitely happen. And I wouldn't be shocked if things were to happen. We've seen it time and time again, haven't we? As GC255 is into the pit lane and he has both front wheels damaged. So as we have a car off, yellow sector 3, trying to find out which car that is. It is... It was...
Guys, eScuderia GT Max.
Yes, it was a Scuderia GT Max who went off. They've lost a lot of time because of it. No damage, but if you look at their tires, they are got very worn tires, and there you go, into the pit lane. So we've seen this from other teams. They're just staying out too long on these tires, it looks like, and then paying the price for it. We saw SSR do the same thing a few times, as well as I think a few other GT300 cars. Just stay out on really old tires and then have a mistake and lose a lot of time.
And that could be a crucial point of the race for that to happen, because at least with SSR Motorsports, they made those mistakes early in the race. They've been able to at least partially recover some of that time back. This could be a real decider in the podium race, because eScuderia have been in that podium race from the start alongside Team Wise Racing and Reaper Online Racing. And at the moment, that's going to hand that advantage to those two teams, especially Reaper Online Racing. And not good news then for eScuderia GT Max, and a real shame, because they've had a pretty strong race up to this point. Hopefully they can still hold on for at least 4th place. Here's the number 65, Lightning Speed Motorsport. They've had a fairly good day, and with others falling off around them, could be due to take a 2nd place in class today, strengthening their position in the GT300 standings before the last 2 races of the season. They'll still need quite an advantage if they're going to be champions, because of course they missed the 24 hours of Spa, and could lose the title because of that.
And I believe at Spa, I know at Suzuka, it's going to be double points for both classes, I believe. And then at Spa, it's going to be, the points are going to be multiplied by 4. So they're going to need to build up quite a big gap when they leave Suzuka to really have any chance of holding on to it when the other teams go to Spa. So it's going to be a very interesting end to the season for those guys if they're going to be able to get that big of a gap. I think they could. They've been pretty quiet lately, kind of picking up the pieces of other cars. So not the greatest day, especially they had a few issues at the start, so you could call it almost damage limitation here. But they've done pretty good lately, and I think they should keep the championship lead, I would imagine, leaving this round.
I think that's fairly certain, because going into this race, Lightning Speed Motorsport had 111 points over the 83 points for Swift Autosport. Race on Oz sitting on 48. So I haven't got the maths for the as it stands situation at the moment, but I imagine they'd still be in the lead, and I imagine over second place, whoever second place would be, they would have a bigger lead than they had at the start of the day.
I think Swift, from what the points are showing, might still hang on to second, but this is going to open up a pretty big point gap if Lightning Speed. I think they're on the podium at the moment. They can hang on to this position or even gain more positions. It's going to be quite a good day for them points-wise, and if they have another good day at Suzuka, it's very well possible, because the maximum amount of points you could get at Spa is 100, while at Suzuka the maximum is 50. So they need to go into a Spa with a over 100-point lead. I know that sounds quite big, but it's possible. It's very well possible. So, and even if they don't, they have to have who's ever in second place win the race to lose the championship. So, very interesting. The GT300. Who's going to be champion? We're really not going to know until Spa, are we? So, but Lightning Speed trying to show that they still can do this even by missing Spa, putting in a pretty solid drive today from both their drivers. So overall, probably a very good day for them.
Here's the team though on screen that on today's basis, at least in today's performance, will have the strongest opportunity and the strongest package to take that GT300 title away from them. Race on Oz performing very well here today in the Subaru BRZ. I'll just go through their points. They've scored 48 so far. They scored 18 points at round 13, which was a second place in class, and 30 points at round 14, which will have been for a third place. So they haven't been off the podium in races they've taken part in so far this year. Look like at the moment, with 71 minutes to go, as if they could take the race win here at Brands Hatch today. So I'd say if they could win all the races between the end of the season, they'd have a really good shot at taking that championship away from Lightning Speed. Oh, big spin! That's Scar Honda. The 21 has gone off on the exit of Paddock Hill Bend.
And he is way off, so he must have clipped that gravel and just shot him dead on into that barrier there. He's got damage, and I think that is new damage there. Yeah. So Scar Honda's just not had a good day. They had they had good pace early at the race, but under the only safety car period we've had so far, they made a pretty bold strategy call, which really shot themselves in the foot and have cost them a lot of track time and position. So it's just not been a good day for Scar Honda, has it? When they could have had potentially a podium drive, it's just not going to look that way for them today, unfortunately.
No, real shame for them. And also, just looking in the comments, hello guys in the comments, I do occasionally keep looking back to what's going on under here. Here's something that you'd only ever get in the GTPlanet Endurance Series, or in fact at any online racing series. A message from Pfeffer, who was driving the SSR Motorsports car earlier. Sorry for the brake check and the safety car. My dog thought my pedals would make a good place to sleep. Well, how about that? That's definitely something I've never heard about a driver having an issue with before. Here is his car though, with Sinister Plague at the wheel. doing a fairly good job and will be not enjoying, I'd say that's the wrong word, but definitely pleased at the mishap for Scar Honda, because that's going to... Oh, there's a very wide e-Scuderia car through Surtees. But no, that Scar Honda incident is very good for SSR Motorsports in terms of getting a position over there. But it's a shame for Scar Honda. They really needed to have a good race today if they wanted to have any chance of being in title contention, realistic title contention going into Suzuka. That's probably gone now, unless we have a really dramatic last 69 minutes. But they've tried, and that's all you can say. If you've gone in and just had a bit of a meh race at the back and not really done much, in some ways that's worse than one where you've given your all, you've given 100%, you've tried something different, as Scar Honda have today, and it's just not worked out. Here's the leader, still in a fantastic position, and what a brilliant race this has been for the number 29 of Inferno Racing. Both these two guys showing just how good they really are. A class above the rest of the field so far today, Andromeda and Evolution. Andromeda now closing in on the Swift Autosport Subaru and looking very, very strong at this point. Up the inside, beautiful move, that's how it's done. That's how you lap a GT300 car. And on the way goes Andromeda. 68 minutes to go.
Looking at Andromeda's fuel and tires, his tires are quite worn, but he has a little over a quarter tank of fuel. He has not made a pit stop during his stint so far. So I'm wondering, is he trying to do one stop here? Because he's not too far away. We're 4 minutes away from the 1 hour mark, and actually, by rules and regulations, he could make a pit stop right now and go to the end. It would still be within the 65-minute window. So I think that's why Andromeda's still not made a pit stop yet. He's trying to maybe do a one-stopper during his stint. Oh, we have a car off on the exit of turn 2. Who is that?
Is it Swift Autosport?
It very well could be. It was Swift Autosport. They're crawling, going down the hill, and now he's got back going again. I think he was just waiting for a clean space on the track to rejoin. But Swift Autosport this is another team who really did need a good day, and they just have not had one, have they?
No, not good for their championship bid at all, especially with the penalties, which they picked up earlier in the race. Still, though, here are the leaders. The number 29. Absolutely fantastic race for them today. And I think they've been working this back, Brian. We said earlier they had a particularly short fill pit stop when Evolution was still at the wheel. And we were wondering, why did they do that? I mean, it became fairly clear when on the next stop they changed drivers, but I do think it just shows how professional these guys are. They've had this race planned out from the safety car, probably before the race even started, as to when they'd stop, how they'd use the fuel, and it's been an absolutely exemplary performance from them today. And I reckon you're right, Brian, they are waiting for that 65-minute window where they can probably on this next lap pull the car in, fill it up, and just cruise to the end of the race, because they've got the pace to do so. It's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it definitely has. He is within the 65-minute window at the moment. So I think, if you're right, if he just fills the tank up right now, he could easily make it to the end. No problems there. So definitely looking pretty comfortable at the moment, Andromeda is. And it has been quite a good drive from both Inferno's drivers in Evolution and now Andromeda. And might I add, Andromeda is new to the series, so getting used to a brand new series, which is not the easiest to learn in your first race. He has done a fantastic job, really. So I'm personally very happy from where I'm sitting here watching this race. It's been a fantastic race for not only just to watch but to manage as well. So it's been very, very good here, but it's still not over. And I've said this before, things can change so quickly, you just don't even see it coming. So I wouldn't be shocked if something changed, because it's happened many times before to other people, to us. It's just a part of endurance racing. So don't count any more action out yet. There's still probably plenty of action to go, as we have 1 hour left in the race of the GTPlanet 4 hours of Brands Hatch. Round 20 of the championship, 20 out of 24. Tomorrow, round 21, the London 12 hours will be taking part around this racetrack as well. So a double header for Brands Hatch. You looking forward to that race tomorrow as well?
Absolutely, it should be a good one. Unfortunately, I won't be able to watch it because I'm racing myself tomorrow in a part of England that's so far south and practically in France. So unfortunately, I'll miss the race tomorrow, but I'm sure it's going to be a great one and really close run thing throughout the whole 12 hours. So yeah, I hope it's a good one. If you're getting bored of mine and Brian's voices, don't worry, because Jono Stankowski will be joining us very shortly for the last hour. You can see on the stream 1 hour 3 minutes and 3 hours, sorry, messing this up completely. 1 hour 3 minutes,
3 minutes
and 1 second to go. There we go, finally got it right. Here still are the leaders. The number 29 coming down the straight now into Hawthorne Bend, one of my personal favourites on the Brands Hatch Grand Prix circuit. And it's just looking oh so simple for these guys at the moment. Very, very good performance by them here today. Remember, this is their first time in the class as well, so it just furthers the impressiveness of this display here by them today.
Escuderia off at turn 3. GTMX Oscar looks to be limping, and he doesn't have any damage, but he definitely was looked to be limping.
And there's a lot of cars around him as well.
He's gotten back going, but he's not quite up to speed, so I'm not really sure what's happened to him. As we look in, he doesn't have any damage, so I'm not sure what's happened. We had a Yelp. We have another car off. And is that Swift Autosport? No, it's not. Who was that? As I scroll through to find, it was a Scuderia GTMX GT500. They have engine damage. So that is not good for them and their hopes of the good podium result today. He's got Alvanti has engine damage. He's going to be limping it back to the pits. Both Scuderia cars having issues on this lap. Oscar is now into the pit lane, so maybe he did have damage that wasn't showing up on my screen. But Avanti, engine damage, that is not what he wanted at all. As the yellow flag has been released, and now we're back under green flag. But not good at all there for Scuderia on both teams there.
And that's really going to play into the hands of Reaper Online Racing, not just in this race, but in the championship as well. So not good news at all for Scuderia GTMX. Here are the GT300 leaders, still race on Oz. Once again, similar to the 500 leaders. Not a foot wrong for them throughout the whole of today. On their own behalf anyway. Just remember do you remember the little incident we had for the race leaders in 500 when they came across the particularly slow GT300
yes.
Scuderia car?
Yes.
A real heart in the mouth moment, and that's pretty much been the only heart in the mouth moment that Inferno Racing have had all day, just to show how strong they have been.
As we just have received a question from the comments, the gap between first and second, I believe Inferno and team-wise are the first and second, so I'll tell you the gap between us. Andromeda is now just coming to the pit lane, and the gap is about... Actually, I'm not sure because it's around 30 seconds, but I'm not sure if that's for a position.
It could be a lap plus 30 seconds, the rate
I think it might just be. Gonna have to, like I said, get confirmation once AJ updates the tower there. But Kraylu's he's going to go past Andromeda, as Andromeda's taking a full tank here. So this was a scheduled pit stop, and Andromeda just made probably his one and only pit stop so far, and probably his last one as well. So looking
21's off.
And yes, you're right, 21 is off. He has his whole right side is completely damaged. Looks like the car's crabbing quite badly. He stays out. Interesting, but not good. It's just Scar Honda is just really, out of all the guys in GT 500, probably had the worst day, you could say. Just nothing has gone really right for them. It's quite unfortunate, especially when they needed good points today to keep themselves in the championship fight going into Suzuka. That doesn't look to be happening, unfortunately. As we have another question, what position is this number 68 in? We really do not know. I can take a guess it's going to be 4th, but I am very clueless onto who's where they are in the running order.
Update incoming from AJ we've just had in our internal Skype chat, so we will be able to tell you very shortly what position the number 68 Swift Autosport car is in. Here's a nice little battle in GT 300. Big moment there for Lightning Speed Motorsport, right in front of Aura Racing Team. Aura Racing Team are going to try and go round the outside. Brilliant! That's a beautiful move from Aura Racing Team's driver, Manu Rodri, round the outside of JPS Rocket 5 in the Lightning Speed Motorsport Mazda. And one of the highlights there, I think, for the weekend for the Lexus Aura Racing Team. Great to see the Ayrton Senna helmet being worn there by Manu Rodri, and a very, very good move from him. 56 minutes and 38 seconds to go on my screen at least, and it's still pretty much as you were in the lead of both classes, and we wait for that update to confirm what was going on, or what is going on. The Aura Racing Team really pulling away as well from Lightning Speed Motorsport, so some good pace at the wheel of that Lexus. I think you saw the flash of orange as the GT300s race on Oz still continue to go around. Blue flag for the number 60, that's eScuderia GTMX, who had that bit of drama not too long ago. Here's SSR Motorsports and Sinister Plague at the wheel of the Nissan GTR. Coming up now through this sequence of right-handers around the back of the circuit, then through the left-hander of Sterling onto Clearways, under the Advan Bridge, into turn 9, which is Clark, and on to start a new lap in a couple of seconds or so.
And Swift Autosport is into the pit lane. I think that is a scheduled pit stop, as they look pretty low on fuel, just above the red. So I believe this will also be their last stop, although he only took a half a tank of fuel. So maybe he's going to do 2 short 30-minute stints here. Very well could be, because I believe you cannot make it to the end on 50 liters from this point. Although I could very well be wrong. He could definitely the Subaru definitely could be very good on fuel mileage, but I have a feeling he's gonna have to come back into the pits to refill so he can get to the end of the race as he's getting blue flags. Scuderia GTMX goes by, and the other is a Scuderia car right behind it as well.
Lights on now at Brands Hatch as we're getting towards the early evening. A little bit of light has gone in the south of England. Great weather that we've had here today. Very rare for this time of year, and it's been something that I know the drivers have been very pleased to see. None of the wet stuff falling out of the sky. Here's the number 60 having a look up the inside of Swift Autosport. That's a brave move, and if he pulls it off, that's one of the moves of the day, and I think he has. Great move there from the eScuderia GT300 car with Oscar at the wheel. A beautiful move there past D4 Rizzob. Not sure if it's for position or if it's just for a bit of pride, but whichever it was, great move, and well done to Oscar at the wheel of the number 60. 53 minutes to go.
Bayu Albert just left the pit lane, so Endurance Experience looks like they just have made their last pit stop. Yes, he's taken full tank, so he's good to the end. So Bayu Albert
GTMX Oscar all over the back of him. Here they go through Graham Hill Bend, and Bo Albert straight up to speed. We know how good Bo Albert is from his time amongst the Green Hell Heathens and other teams.
Looks like Oscar's got just as good tires as Bayu Albert does, and he's about a little lighter on the fuel load, so be interesting to see if he can capitalize on that. His tires are obviously up to temperature, while Bayu Albert are still trying to get some heat in them, but seems to definitely be up to speed already, so may be able to hold off here. Whether this is for position or not, we'd have no idea, but still, I think he's going to be able to hold off Oscar for the moment.
Both of them pulling away from D4 Rizzo, but quite a pace at the moment. So a little bit of pace struggles for the Swift Autosport Subaru. Have they pitted recently, Brian? I can't remember myself.
Yes, they pitted a few minutes ago, but they only took about half a tank of fuel, so they're going to have to make another pit stop, it looks like. Unless they can do like an hour in with about 50 liters on board, they may be able to. I'm not sure. I've never actually driven the Subaru BRZ GT300 car, so I do not know how fuel efficient it actually is. But I have a feeling he's going to have to make another pit stop before this race is over.
Just had a little message passed to me by AJ. The 29 and 67 both lead their respective classes by more than a lap. So there you go, 51 minutes to go. It's looking very, very good for both class leaders. Inferno Racing, the number 29 in GT500, and Race on Oz in the 67 in GT300. This battle in GT300 is still raging on between eScuderia and Endurance Experience. Great show being put on by these two drivers, and a bit of pride, I think, being fought for by both these drivers, especially for Endurance Experience, who unfortunately our commentator cursed from the green flag by saying I thought that it would win today's race, and they span out on lap one, and they've been fighting back ever since, but at the moment to no avail. Onto the Brabham Straight, past the crowds on the left hand side to start a brand new lap. Diving down hard on the brakes into Paddock Hill Bend, and then back on the power as you go past the apex. A little bit of a wobbly moment there for eScuderia on that tricky curb on the exit of the corner through Druids. And both these cars with pretty similar pace at the moment in all the corners. Pretty evenly matched as they go through Graham Hill Bend. Charging up now the little straight around the back of the Indy circuit, and then the tricky corner, Surtees. Uphill, tightening on the exit, and along we go now. One of the longest straights on the circuit through Drop. along and over Hawthorne Hill. Through Hawthorne's Bend they go, and then this series of right-handers taking you round the back of the circuit. So through Westfield, Dingledale and Sheen Curve, into Stirlings, down Clearways, and then finally into Clark Curve. And that's a lap of Brands Hatch in the Grand Prix circuit. Blue flag for number 67, that's Race on Oz, presumably for one of the GT500s coming through. 49 minutes to go here at Brands Hatch for the 4 hours. Once again, if you hadn't heard already, where have you been? But we're racing again tomorrow for the 12 hours of London, still around the Brands Hatch circuit. The GT Cup and TCN1 classes, their final appearance for 2015 in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. And I've just been handed the note of the standings after 120 laps then. Inferno Racing lead by a full lap from Reaper Online Racing, the number 22. Third place, Teamwise Racing, a further 29.741 seconds behind. And then in fourth place is the number 24 of GT500 eScuderia GTMX, 69.911 seconds off Reaper. 2 laps down in fifth place, SSR Motorsports. Sixth place and 3 laps down, Scar Honda Racing. 7th place, 7 laps down on Inferno Racing, but leading GT300 Race on Oz Racing. 8th place and 8 laps down, Aura Racing Team. Look at that, the lack of trouble that Aura Racing Team have had today. And do you know what's impressive about that, Brian? That means they've pretty much lost no time to Race on Oz throughout the whole race. Because they're a lap behind. That's very, very good for them. 9th place and 3rd in class, the number 65 Lightning Speed Motorsport, 9 laps down. 10th place, Endurance Experience, 39.987 seconds behind Lightning Speed. 11th place, the number 60 eScuderia GTMX, 47.138 seconds behind. So look at that, there's 8 seconds between Endurance Experience and eScuderia GTMX. So I wonder, is that battle for them at the moment actually for position? 12th place, Swift Autosport, 12 laps down. I will say though, that may be due to stint picture times and stint picks, but that's the calculated result at the moment.
Just an update for P4. GTMX Oscar is only about a second behind Bayou Albert, who is running in 4th position in class. So we definitely, from what we're seeing on the provisional results, that is going to be a battle for 4th position. So I hope I can now introduce onto the broadcast for the first time this afternoon and early evening. Hello, Jono. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Great to have you with us, Jono, for the last 45 minutes of this race.
Yeah, no worries, it's very early in the morning here, 3:30 in the morning.
Oh, is that 21 going a bit slow? I think I just saw 21 getting overtaken by a GT300 car.
He was actually overtaking Escuderia, and then when he was overtaking, made a little bit of a mistake, got a little sideways, had to correct it, so did not get re-overtaken, but just a little mistake there, I think, is from what I saw on my screen, as Warrior is in the pit lane, and he's just exited the pit lane. So Race on Oz has made their last pit stop of the race, it looks like.
So do keep your YouTube chat comments coming in, guys. John is going to be looking after that for us now, so we've got a dedicated comments person in the commentary box with us. Here's the 21 back up to speed then, starting a new lap ahead of Endurance Experience and e-Scuderia GTMX. That battle, we think, for position in GT300. Scar Honda Racing going round Druids now, as we switch to Teamwise Racing, who, by my quick in-head calculations, will lead the championship.
Scuderia just had an off, it looked like.
Oh, yeah, and they've come right in front of Teamwise Racing there.
Yeah, no damage on the car, fortunately, but he is right in front, as you said, of Krelu in Teamwise. Krelu his tires are a little bit older, but he has a lot less fuel. So Krelu looks like he's going to have to make another pit stop before this race is over, which will give Inferno, I think, even a bigger lead. So very interesting to see there, as it looks like Scuderia's got themselves gathered back up and back on the pace again.
Blue flag for the number 68, Swift Autosport. So closing stages here at Brands Hatch for the 4 hours. Currently on screen. Go ahead, Brian.
62 was just showing the blue flag. He gave way to Inferno. No problems there.
So this is the 25. Oh, massive moment for Teamwise. They're in the wall. That's the championship leaders who are off the circuit. They've got it completely wrong going through Hawthorns as they were trying to put a lap on the 24. A big moment here. Is the damage on the car, Brian? Can't
there
see
is
from
major
my stream.
Engine damage.
What drama here in the latter stages. Teamwise race, this could be them throwing away the championship. If they look back at the end of the season, this could be a crucial moment for them. Third place at the moment. They were pretty much a lap ahead of fourth place e-Scuderia, but big problems now for the Lexus with Krelu at the wheel. We were just saying that he's probably going to have to make a little bit of a pit stop for those tyres. And what drama. And is this going to... Do you think SSR Motorsports could get them if they can't get the car back to the pits?
He's in the pit lane right now. Sinister Plague is going through that same area where he crashed, and Sinister Plague is off. Sinister Plague is in the gravel. He's gotten back going though, but a mistake there. Krelu is into the pit lane, and GC is also in the pit lane as well. Sinister Plague looks like it's going to go through to overtake Krelu. I'm not sure if that is for position. I think it is.
I'll look at how far apart they were. SSR Motorsports were a lap down on e-Scuderia, who were 40 seconds behind Teamwise. So it might put them on the same lap as each other, but I don't think that'll be for position.
I think Krelu stayed in second position. He's got a good 15-20 seconds, I believe, in front of a Scuderia right now on track. So if that is still for position, that was a very, very lucky to hold on to second position at the moment.
22 has lapped 25. I've just had that note from AJ, and I know there was someone asking in the comments for the gap between the 22 and the 25. So the Reaper Online Racing team now have a full lap lead in second place over the 25. There's been something else that's come up here. 28 is now on the same lap as 25. So yeah, we were right on that one. The championship co-leaders going into the start of today now on the same lap, and with 40 minutes to go, this is a squeaky bum time, as Alex Ferguson used to describe in football. If you're an English football fan, you'll know what I'm going on about. And after an incident like that, they've got away with it at this stage, but they can't have another mistake like that. Otherwise, they're going to be throwing crucial points away in the championship.
If they have anything good for them, Rono Thomas is going to need to make a pit stop. He's low on fuel, so they're going to gain basically half the lap back because of that. Krelu's going to need to get his foot down and really put some good laps here together and try and maybe close the gap to Reaper if they are a lap ahead at the moment. And then,
Boy, let's catch our breath then at this stage of the race. You can see the leaders in the background of that shot on Teamwise Racing. Still, nothing wrong going for their race, and still comfortably in the lead. Blue flag for the 68, Swift Autosport. Not fully sure why they are so many laps down. I thought they were in a potential podium position. I know they'd had the penalties for stint limits issues, but obviously something else has happened which I've missed. Apologies for that. But once again, the nature of the way we have to run these races, remember, they're a practice session, so we don't really have live standings as such. But I'm sure it'll all come out in the wash at the end of the race. So 39 minutes to go, then 39 minutes for Inferno Racing to close out what will be a fantastic win. And if you ask me, one of the most impressive race performances from a duo I've seen all season. They're closing on Teamwise Racing at the moment. Teamwise Racing, we know, nursing issues and just trying to keep the car on the black stuff. Go ahead, Brian.
Interrupt you. Rono is just left his pit box and he's taken nearly a full tank of fuel for 40 minutes. So I'm wondering if it's really necessary. I believe these GT500 cars can easily go in hours. We've seen Andromeda show. So I'm not sure why Rono Thomas decided to fill his tank completely. I would have saved him a few seconds if he had. Maybe he doesn't. I don't really know how to explain that one. He did cost himself a few seconds because of that. And we've seen in these races, a few seconds is all the difference it takes to make a difference.
Well, at the moment, we know he has a lap on Teamwise Racing. I just wonder, is that Rono just taking his time, taking a few more seconds, maybe taking a drink whilst the pit stop's going on, just taking things easy and making sure that his nerves are okay, because this is a really strong position.
Krelu's off at turn 1.
Yeah, I think I'm about to see it on my stream. Yes, he's run wide.
He's rejoined the racetrack. The gap between them before this was about 45 seconds. And both of them do not need to come back into the pits. So, well, what can you say? It's just, I don't know if Krelu can get this back.
It's falling apart for Krelu at the moment, and that's very uncharacteristic for him. I've just also had another note from AJ. No issues with stint pits for the 68. So it is a very reflective position of their race at the 3-hour mark. Here's the number 60, the second of the Scuderia cars in this race. As into the pits comes the 62, and out of the pits comes the number 62. Here's Scar Honda, the 21. I think it's a day of whats and ifs for them. Had the pace at times, just not the consistency to convert that into a good position. These guys have had the consistency though. A very impressive performance from the 67 and the Race On Oz team. And they are, if you ask me, right in the championship scrap now. Knowing that Lightning Speed will be missing the last round of the season.
Certainly.
Makes this manager very happy indeed.
However, Lightning Speed is still in third position, so it's still not going to be a bad day for them. Pretty good damage limitation from their early struggles in the race. They've been pretty clean to get themselves, had a clean stint, and they've done a good job to get themselves back into a podium position. So definitely, I think there's been a lot of good comeback drives and just a lot of what-if days for most of these teams. But yeah, I feel Jono's nerves. I have plenty of nerves watching my team out there hanging on. But yeah, it's been. I think Race on Oz. I don't think anybody could have beaten them today. They've just been so strong with their driver lineup, as well as just race strategy and overall pace. They've done fantastic. But you could also say ORA has done an equal job, considering they have started one lap down and they've not lost any ground really to them. So
bit of an off-track excursion up ahead for Endurance Experience as they're being lapped by Teamwise Racing. Question from myself to you, Jono. I know your ear's been much closer to the ground than mine. Do you reckon you guys have got enough points to take second place in the championship at the end of today, if things stay as they are?
Well, we've seen Swift have had an absolute disaster, and I think we were just outside the points necessary to overhaul them from second. So I think we'll still be in third at the end of this race, but obviously with 2 rounds left, with the Spa-Francorchamps race being worth quintuple points, I believe. I mean, still any 4 or 5 teams could still win the championship with so many points on the line, because a win would be, if my maths is correct, 125 points.
And we just heard from AJ, there's a battle on track for second position. Is Lightning Speed Motorsports and ORA going
on
at it?
On screen at the moment, it's Lightning Speed who have the advantage at the moment. Aura Racing all over the back as they start a new lap.
Outside, going around the outside of turn 1. Is he going to get the move done? Yes, he does. A fantastic move there from Tyrrell Manu Rodri to get second position back from Lightning Speed Motorsports when right around the outside through turn 1. And Lightning Speed is definitely going to try and get that position back. They have a good opportunity to get even more points here and help their championship. Every point's going to matter, so they really, really almost need to re-overtake ORA. I don't know if they're going to be able to, though. ORA has just had a lot of pace in this race, really, that we haven't seen too much of, but they've definitely put a very good comeback drive from starting 1 lap down.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic comeback from them, and yeah, they may have benefited from the safety car, but you've got to be there to take those opportunities, and unlike the other GT300 teams, they've taken the opportunity and they've taken an unlikely second place. For now,
Or a racing team looking like they're pulling away from Lightning Speed at the moment, so I think that's the first time we've seen someone be able to pull off that kind of move. We've seen quite a few people try it or think about it and just get run out to the outside and they see the door shut in their face, but a brilliant move there from the 62 and Manu Rodri in what, remember, is his first race. He's classed as a rookie driver here today, and it's been a brilliant performance by him. Here's the class performance of the day, though. The leaders of the race, the number 29, the Inferno Racing team of TRL Evolution and TRL Andromeda, who's currently at the wheel of the car, closing in on SSR Motorsports, who are also closing in on Lightning Speed Motorsports. So a bit of traffic here for the 29 to deal with, but at the moment it's looking very comfortable. SSR Motorsports put the lap on the number 64, and so does the number 29 as they come through Surtees, through Pilgrim's Drop and along and over and through Hawthorne Hill. At the moment, though, the key thing for the championship, though, is that this car here, the red Nissan, is now on the lead lap, or on the same lap, I should say, as Teamwise Racing. So another mistake from Teamwise. Sorry, Brian.
SSR off turn 7, gets it back going. We've seen that from most of these cars, just run wide there, and he's just done that. Sinister Plague gets it back going, though. Was dropped a few seconds because of it. And we have a crash, big crash in turn 8. I'm not as I'm scrolling to see who that is. That's going to be Prelude. It's Prelude.
I was going to say it would be about the right area of the track for where Teamwise Racing were. How much damage?
He's got major rear end damage. He's into the pit lane. So is Escuderia. Escuderia's into the pit lane. All sorts of stuff going on here. So where's SSR in all of this?
SSR Motorsports are just coming through Pilgrim's Drop and onto the Hawthorne Hill straight. So they've got about half a lap at the moment between themselves and Teamwise Racing. So you keep an eye on where they are in the pits, Brian, and we're going to keep an eye on where SSR Motorsports are. Here's the leader.
Just left the pit lane. Prelude's just left the pit lane. Looks like he's got about a good sector's worth of gap over Sinister Plague, but a big mistake. I didn't catch how it started, but Krelu, this is not what Team Wise Racing unfortunately needed. They were in a very good position, and they kind of
SSR are in, Brian. SSR Motorsports have just come into the pits.
And they were getting low on fuel, so they were not going to make it to the end on fuel. So that is having to be a splash and dash, it looks like, for SSR. So
here are Team Wise Racing on screen at the moment, coming through Hawthorne Hill and up to Hawthorne Bend. They've got... Brian, was it the e-Scuderia 300 car or 500 car that they had the incident with?
It was the 300 car, if I remember when it was Evolution.
That makes sense, because the 300 car is ahead of them on track at the moment as they come through Sheen and now towards Stirling onto Clearways, and real heart in the mouth stuff for Team Wise as e-Scuderia's 300 car weaves a little bit, and I think Krelu's going to be pretty nervous behind GTMX Oscar at the moment. GTMX Oscar seems to be picking up dirt on the edge of track quite a bit. Gets out of the way of Team Wise Racing fairly well, as Team Wise Racing are heading up to Druids now. And they've just got to keep it on track now. No more mistakes and they'll take that position over SSR Motorsports. But another one like that, Brian, and I think that's going to be game over.
Yeah, if he gets into another incident before this is over, it has to make a pit stop. He's going to come out basically right in front of Sinister Plague. So, very interesting battle here for third position. If Krelu, like you said, just can keep it on the black stuff for the rest of this race, he will hang on to the last podium position. They were running in seconds when he got in the car, but few mistakes here and there has just put them back, and Reaper quietly just kind of placed themselves back up into second place. They haven't really seen much of them get involved in incident-wise or traffic-wise. They've been pretty good, as just going with Ronald Thomas. No issues with fuel, so he looks to be about, I think he's a lap ahead, if I'm not mistaken, of Team Wise Racing.
Yes, he is.
So he's about a lap and 15 seconds added, would be the gap between those two teams. So Reaper looking pretty comfortable for second position at the moment. And if Krelu can keep it on the racetrack for the last little under 30 minutes, he will definitely keep third position there as well.
Request from Blue Eyed Phoenix in the chat, Brian. What were the lap times last time around for each of the classes?
Okay, so last time around, Andromeda did a 126, Avanti did a 129, Rono Thomas 121.3, Krelu 122.4, Sinister Plague 121.6, GC 255 122.1, and then going down to GT 300, Warrior did a 124 dead, Tiro Manu Rodri did a 124.6, Bayou Alberts 126.5, Ning Dynasty, or that isn't Ning Dynasty, I keep getting that mixed up, it's his co-driver JPS Rocket has done a 127.9, and D4 has done a 129.3. So that was for all the teams on their last laps, but obviously that changes based on traffic, as we just get in, and you can see in the stream, the checkered flag will be shown at 4 hours and 15 minutes total time. 25 minutes are remaining, and we do have confirmation Inferno Racing, the number 29, are leading this race.
So blue flag for the 64, that's endurance experience, and I think we've actually got the two class leaders pretty much on the same bit of track at the moment, excuse me. 24 goes up the inside of 64. E-Scooter GTMX, who will be cursing their bad luck. They've not had much good luck throughout the whole of 2015 and showed a good pace early on. We're right in that battle with Inferno Racing in the first 20 minutes of this race or so, but incidents and, as I say, bad luck for the Mexican team have put them at the moment probably further down the order than they should be. Here's another team which hasn't had the best of days. SSR Motorsports, currently 4th on the road, but still with a chance of taking something more, as Teamwise Racing have had a few incidents in the last few minutes or so. Sorry, SSR Motorsports now were 5th. I've got myself completely confused. Here on track at the moment, Aura Racing Team, one of my teams of the day, considering where they've had to come from. Scar Honda Racing, once again, another team that will just be cursing their luck. It's a massive moment there. That's the first, not the first time we've seen that car getting out in that part of the circuit. We saw probably about half an hour ago that car do a similar thing, get wide and impact the barrier on the inside on the way up to Druids. 23 minutes and 12 seconds to go. Still the 29 from the 22 from the 25. SSR Motorsports now back on the same lap, of course, as Teamwise Racing. The 21 bringing up the rear in GT 500. Alongside here's GTMX E-Scuderia being lapped by the leaders. On the way up to Druids now. Unfortunate for E-Scuderia as well, they had a disconnection earlier in the race, and they've had some good pace though apart from that today. But their first appearance in GT300, and I think they'll be quite pleased because of that, as they overtake, that was the 68, wasn't it? That was Swift Autosport. Yes. We've had an absolute disaster of a day here at Brands Hatch.
Especially when they really did need a good points finish to keep themselves in pretty good championship contention. And today is just not has gone completely the wrong way that they wanted it to go. But there's still 2 rounds left for GT300, so they're definitely not out of it. But not helping their chances today for the championship.
Let's not forget Swift dominated the Bathurst Tour where they won by, I think, 10 laps before they had to serve a 10-minute penalty because of issues with disconnections in the final hour. But since that huge success, they've gone rapidly downhill, which is a bit of a shame to see, because that BRZ's got plenty of potential. If they can just get the maximum out like Mustafa and Warrior have, if they can just get the maximum out, they'll be up at the front. But since Bathurst, they've lost that touch.
Yeah, a win first time out at Bathurst scored them 50 points. Then it was a 3rd place in round 13, which scored them 15 points. But round 14 was not a good one for them at all. 18 points from a possible 50, where they finished that race 6th in class. And it's going to be a 6th again today, unfortunately, for Swift Autosport. And with lightning speed, of course, scoring fairly well today, it's going to make their task of winning GT300 all that bit more harder. 20 minutes to go then in the 4 hours of Brands Hatch. 3 people in the commentary box for the first time today. You've got myself, Andrew Mather, Brian Blauman, who's been with me from the start, and Jono Stankowski, the team manager of the currently class leading race on Oz Racing, with you till the end of the race. Still on screen are Swift Autosport coming through Clark Curve now onto the pit straight to start a new lap. So do keep your comments coming in, guys. A little question to you: who've been your star teams and drivers of the day? It doesn't have to be the guys who've necessarily been the quickest, but
Ooh,
go ahead, Brian.
Oscar was off at the exit of turn 2 there.
Yeah, we're just seeing him coming back on track now. He's not lost too much time ahead of Swift Autosport.
And he doesn't have any damage, thankfully, so able to get back going again with no problems there.
So D4 Rizzob will look to close in on GTMX Oscar, maybe put the pass on him. Meanwhile, though, the class leaders are coming up behind them over the hill. Great work from Mustafa and Warrior 2167 today. 18 minutes and 56 seconds to go in this one. Getting towards the bitter end now, the light's starting to fade here at Brands Hatch. The 68 definitely pushing quite hard there, taking quite...
Oscar's still not quite up to speed. He looks like he went off again at turn 8.
And he's lost the position. He's lost the position there to the 68. And Race on Oz are going to come through as well. So big problems there for GTMX eScuderia. What are their tyres looking like, Brian?
Pretty, actually. He's only got 1.8 and the rest of them are 9s. So Oscar's tires look pretty good. So I'm not really sure if it's just simply a driver error and not down to older tires.
Maybe a bit of tiredness creeping in for GTMX Oscar there. 2 mistakes in 1 lap has lost him probably a good 10-15 seconds as the Swift Autosport car gets all out of shape on the exit of Graham Hill Bend, and that's allowed Race on Us to come through. Here's a little battle between Teamwise Racing. Teamwise Racing once again kicking up a lot of dirt. This is completely different to how they ran the first half of this race, which they ran very, very conservatively to their advantage. They're trying to get past, at the moment, Lightning Speed Motorsports Mazda RX-7, which runs wide out of the Clark curve onto the pitch.
Oh, it's gone
now.
Oh no, it's from when the camera changed, I looked like it had gone. I think it just ran really wide and got sideways. He kept it going though. My apologies there. It looked like from what I saw he had just simply spun, but good save there from Lightning Speed, who are still 3rd in class, I believe.
Here are Reaper Online Racing sweeping around the outside of Aura Racing Team. That's the 2 cars in 2nd place in their respective classes. Reaper Online Racing, couldn't quite tell who that was up ahead of them. Might have been SSR Motorsports with the black livery at the back of the red Nissan. Here are the 2nd eScuderia car, GT300 car. Currently sandwiched between... I think that'll be Swift Autosport. So have Swift Autosport made a mistake and are now back behind eScuderia?
Yes, I think Swift went off at turn 5 and then Oscar managed to get back past again.
Scar Honda coming through a bit of traffic now.
Just having a look at Andromeda's fuel, it's just under 1/4 of a tank. Now he did hit just like with about 55 minutes or so to go. I don't know if he's actually going to make it to the end on his tank. He might have to come back to the pits. I'll keep you updated, but
I think he'll just make that. On 1/4 of a tank, he should just make that. I think you'll find a lot of drivers are very low on fuel. I'm sure Warrior's at the same level of fuel. I hope not.
No, he's got a 1/3 of a tank, so he's fine. Warrior's good to the end for sure.
Okay.
But Andromeda is a little bit low, so I don't know. From what we've seen in the past, if you're low on fuel, especially with their big the lead they have, if you're not confident you're gonna make it, I'd say pit just to be safe. They have over a lap lead, so they're not gonna lose any positions or anything, and it's only gonna be safe instead of like running out of fuel on the 2nd to last lap. to only come into the pits when they're closed because the time is out. So very
That's what
interesting to see here.
We saw it in last week's Spielberg race where the top two were very low on fuel, but they weren't in a position to make a pit stop because that would end up giving the position to their main rival. So really for the Inferno car, they really should make a pit stop if they're feeling any sort of unrest about the fuel situation. Like you said, they're not going to lose anything.
24
here from... Oops, sorry.
Yeah, Scuderia 24 and SSR Motorsports having a real proper scrap at the moment, coming down clearways. Not sure if this is for position or not. I've lost track. But SSR Motorsports having the strongest part of their race at the moment. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be too little too late for them. But pulling away a little bit from Scuderia GT Max. But just to say on the fuel, we've seen it before. I think it was the GT3s when they were at Spa. And I think the P2s were there as well. Was it the P1s? I'm getting all confused.
Yeah, LMP1 and
LMP1. Didn't we have cars losing positions simply because
as I say this, Andromeda is into the pit lane, so I was completely right there. He's gone for the safe option, and that is to come in for a splash. They're not going to lose any positions here. In fact, I think they're still going to keep over a lap lead over Ronald Thomas. Rono is going through the GP part of the racetrack. But Andromeda definitely making the smart decision to come in. So very well played by him. I believe he's already out of the pits. And he's already out of the pits. So nice quick stop there for Andromeda. He's going to keep the lead. And I think he's still got over a lap lead over Reaper. So definitely very, very good for them, as he's actually come out just behind Scar Honda, who's run wide, and Andromeda's going to go by.
Yeah, we're seeing that on the screen now. 24 still battling with SSR Motorsports. Thanks to D Griffin. His props for the race go to Aura Racing Team for their drive to second in class from the pits. Can't disagree with that. Great battle though this between Scuderia GTMX and SSR Motorsports. Of course it is Alpha Vanti at the wheel of the 24 and Sinister Plague at the wheel of the 28. We've seen though overtaking very, very difficult around this Brands Hatch circuit. This is one of the opportunities though, as the 24 is getting very racy up behind SSR Motorsport, and its teammate in GT300 is right ahead of them. Now don't make this silly, boys. Let's make sure that everything that happens is nice and clean. They're up alongside each other. A big chop there from Sinister Plague across the nose of Alpha Vanti. This is getting fraught with 11.5 minutes to go. This could be crucial for the championship. SSR Motorsports battling in the championship. The 300 car gets well out of the way. That's very good to see from GTMX Oscar. And it's still SSR Motorsports leading from Scuderia GTMX as they come round to start another lap. Once again, 11 minutes and 8 seconds on my screen to go, guys. And this is probably one of the best races between two cars that we've seen all day.
Definitely.
It's fantastic racing from the both of them. We've only 10 minutes to go and they're still battling like it's the first lap of the race. Steady on.
We don't even know if this is for position.
Whoa, big moment there for Scuderia. Alpha Vanti getting all crossed up through Graham Hill Bend. Manages to hold it on, and just a bit of a wall of death round the outside of turn 3. Big massive slide there through Surtees. So definitely pushing very hard. Here's the second place car sweeping past the leaders in GT300. Reaper Online Racing. I've only really had that one incident when they were in second place before, and there was a four-way battle going on between themselves, Scuderia, Teamwise Racing and Scar Honda. and they lost out big time in that, but they've recovered really well back to that second position and are on for a very good result today. 10 minutes to go then. Still, these two going hammer and tongs, pushing. You can see by the way the cars are moving around on the exit of every single corner how hard these guys are pushing. They're leaving nothing to chance. They've got traffic coming up as well, so this could play into the hands of either driver. E-Scuderia looking up the inside of SSR Motorsports up towards Paddock Hill Bend. Not enough speed to get past that time. It's Race on Oz that are up ahead, the leaders in GT300. And, oh, look how close up behind SSR Motorsports. E-Scuderia are, as they go through Graham Hill Bend again. I can't keep up with this, chaps. This is brilliant stuff.
Scuderia just not getting the exits that they need to try and slingshot their way past. Still having to stay right behind Sinister Plague as they come up to some GT300 traffic. That's Race on Oz. Scuderia is going to look down the inside, thinks better of it. But traffic might get in the way here of this titanic battle for possibly third position.
Worst bit of the track as well to pick up traffic, because it's pretty much one line through these sequence of right-handers. Race on Oz will be wise to get out of the way of this, because they don't want to be taking out themselves or either driver. And there you go, out of the way. Compromises GTMX E-Scuderia's line through there. That was just one of those things.
We just had confirmation from AJ, this battle that you see on track is not for position.
Oh, so, that's no fun. Who cares? It's still great. Well, great racing to watch.
The thing is, I don't know if these guys on track know that.
Well, they're definitely racing like it is for a crucial position. 25 and 24. So that's Teamwise Racing and E-Scuderia GTMX. They're still on the lead lap. On the same lap, sorry.
Krelu, however, he is about 50 seconds ahead of Scuderia, so I think Krelu hopefully will be able to hang on for third place here. They could have had second today, really, but
absolutely
just didn't quite get it right. But still, third place is not bad for them, and their championship hopes are still quite strong, I believe. And
very, very good point that AJ's just put in our little commentary box internal chat. Keep racing is the best strategy due to post-race sanctions. ... Not saying that that's a suggestion of anything coming, but you just don't know at this stage. We've seen it before. People fall foul of the rules or not realising that they're about to fall foul of the rules until the very last minute. So AJ's absolutely right there. You keep pushing, boys. You keep pushing to the very end. It's the old Colin McRae theory of if in doubt, push flat out. Here's another little battle that we're seeing between the two Mazdas, the 64 and the 65, who haven't had the best of days between them. They've got Reaper Online Racing up behind them as well, who are very, very happy in this second position at the moment, and well done to them. They really have been one of my teams of the day. Ooh. Big props to Glenn Alls for recovering from the disappointment of that early spin. His endurance experience run wide out of Hawthorns.
A little bit messy there, Ronald Thomas trying to get. We have a car off. It's Swift Autosport. They went off. They're in the gravel. Not sure what happened exactly. They're still stopped.
Yeah, they're just letting these three cars go through.
And he's waiting on another car, and now he's rejoining the racetrack. But Swift Autosport just cannot catch a break today, can they? Especially, really, you said it, they needed a good points finish today, and they're not going to get it, clearly, unfortunately, as well.
Green flag back out for Swift Autosports, having cut themselves out of the gravel trap.
The Avanti and Sister are coming up on this Mazda battle. The blue flag has been shown. Very close there as they make their way past. Very close racing.
Yeah, very good move there from JPS Rocket 5 to just get out of the way of these two.
He's gone off. He's ran completely.
Oh!
He got on the
Right.
grass. He got on, and he spun it. He spun it while he was rejoining, and now he's rejoined. But big mistake there from Lightning Speed.
Yeah, I think he's just lost. Maybe it's the two 500 cars ahead of him spooked him a little bit. Maybe they brake a little bit later. He tried to do the same braking zone, and in a 300 car, that's just not going to work. Not the first driver that we've seen off in there. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. First race, it's been a pretty good performance so far from JPS Rocket 5, and once again, one of those learning things. Come back next time and improve as the season goes on. 4 minutes and 25 seconds on my screen to go. I'm going to give it a quick refresh in case I'm behind.
Looks like Avanti is just he's losing a little bit of ground here to Sinister. I think Sinister might be able to hold on, but he's still quite under pressure for sure. So this battle is definitely not over. As we see a safety car of AJ is waiting at the exit of the pit lane. I believe that it's just simply waiting for when the race comes to a conclusion to pick up the leader to lead them to the Parfumé location. So that's not an actual, that's not going to be an actual safety car, more than just leading the cars to the Parfumé area when the race is over. 5 minutes left in this race, and it has been just full of action, full of drama, all over the classes and the order, and it's still not over. As we still watch Sinister Blade just be able to hang on from GTMX Avanti.
On screen at the moment, here are your race leaders and what race leaders they've been as we go through the 3 minutes to go point. What a day for Inferno Racing, the number 29 machine, this brand new bright yellow Nissan GTR GT500. It's been a non-stop perfect performance from both TRL Evolution and TRL Andromeda throughout the whole of this 4-hour race. And they've got 2.5 minutes, so probably this lap another lap, and that will be it.
Yeah,
but they're drifting the car around every single corner. It's brilliant to watch. The fans are loving it at the circuit and on the stream, and it's been a fully deserved victory. As long 2 minutes 14 as they cross the start-finish line. So I reckon they'll actually get 2 more laps in. For this one.
It's been an absolutely crushing performance from the Inferno team. They took the lead at the start from pole position. They just haven't looked back. They've dominated proceedings from start to finish. It's been an awesome performance. You must be a very happy manager, Brian.
Very. It's just something we haven't had in a while, a race victory. I think last time was way back at the mall in the beginning of the summer. So this would be a good return to form for us, I think. But no, I can't thank my drivers enough. I mean, Evolution and Andromeda, just both, they've done fantastic jobs, not only on raw pace, but just navigating traffic, and their race strategy has just been the best of the field, really.
Absolutely, as Andromeda comes down clearways, laps the e-Scuderia 300 car, the only car it's had a problem with all day, which was when it was trying to lap it for the first time. 1 minute to go, so they'll start this lap, and it'll be
the last lap. Yes, we are on the last lap. TRL Andromeda leads the 4 hours of Brands Hatch, hosted by GTPlanet. It has been a fantastic day for those guys, and he's not going to have an issue with fuel. He's just turned to the red, so it's perfectly calculated because of that. And I'm going to scroll to see Warrior, who is leading GT300 for Raison Haas, which makes Jono very happy.
Yes, very happy. It's been a perfect race, basically. we decided to let Warrior sleep so he can be fresh for the race. So I qualified and nailed the pole position lap. That was awesome to get pole by 0.4 of a second. But then Mustafa did a perfect opening stint, apart from the end where he was taken off the track by Bo Albert at turn 5. He went into the wall and had terminal damage, so we did the driver swap, and then Warrior came into the car. He did a flawless end to the race. So
And Andromeda.
So here we go, round the final corner.
across the line.
Andromeda wins the race. It's a fantastic win for Inferno Racing, the number 29. They take the win here today at Brands Hatch for the 4 hours. It's a brilliant victory in GT500. Round of applause in the commentary box for them. We wait for the second place, which is going to be Reaper Online Racing in the number 22. And there's the safety car picking up Andromeda. What a fantastic performance. Brian, how do you feel?
Pretty good, if I'm honest. I wish I could have been out there today and doing this, but it's been really fun in the commentary booth. As we watching Warriors going to be coming across the line quite soon. So I'm sure Jono's going to feel very proud too. But Tiro, Andromeda, and Evolution, both good friends of mine, done a fantastic job today. Never put a foot wrong. Everything went to plan. It's just one of those good days. And you don't get too many of those. So as here comes Warrior, Raison Oz is going to take the win in GT300. What a fantastic drive for those guys. And I can hear Jono's yes in the background. Nobody was going to stop them today. They've just had a race of, really, I think, they've done a fantastic job. Just the same job, basically, Inferno has done today. Those two teams have just been, nobody could touch, nobody could overtake. It was going to be theirs to lose. And Warrior has done a fantastic job to get their first win of the season in GT300.
It's the first win ever
race
for Raison Oz.
Well, congratulations to you guys. I know what a first win feels like. It's a pretty special thing. So enjoy it while you guys got it.
Enjoy it for a while. This is awesome. His Warrior's doing some celebratory donuts.
And I'm sure my drivers are ecstatic right now as they're texting me. Great day. Just a great day, isn't it?
It's been a long time coming, that's for sure.
I know the feeling, Jono. I know the feeling.
So the provisional result, very provisional result. The 29 Inferno Racing wins the 4 hours of Brands Hatch from the 22 of Reaper Online Racing in second place. Third place, we reckon, has gone in the end to Team Wise Racing. A very, very messy last hour for them, though. And I think they'll be very relieved to see that checkered flag. They will lead the GT500 Championship going into the last round at Suzuka. Fourth place, eScuderia GTMX. An up and down day for them. They were in the lead, or almost in the lead, very early on. In the end, they finished fourth. Fifth place, and a very disappointing day for SSR Motorsports and their Nissan. They will go into the last round second in the championship, but with it being such a long race, it's still all to play for in the championship. Sixth place and last in GT500, Scar Honda Racing. Not the day they would have wanted in their quest to close down Team Wise and SSR. Into GT300. What a win. What a performance from Raison Oz Racing, taking their first victory of the season in the GT300 class. Second place in that class, and to be honest, one of the drives of the day, probably the drive of the day, apart from the two class winners. That's for the 62, the Ora Racing team, who came from the back of the grid, not the back of the grid, sorry, the pit lane, and a lap down, and they finished second in GT300. Third place in GT300 was the 65 of Lightning Speed Motorsport. followed in by the 64 of Endurance Experience. 5th place and 11th overall was the number 60, the eScuderia GTMX. Unfortunately, they had a problem with a disconnection in the middle of the race, otherwise they would have finished higher up the order. And last but not least, getting to the finish, scoring points, and that in that kind of position is what it's all about. The number 68, the Swift Autosport Subaru BRZ. So that was the 4 hours of Brands Hatch, guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you enjoyed our broadcast, and thanks for the support and the input. We'll be back tomorrow for the 12 hours of London, which is still around this Brands Hatch track. The last chance this season to catch the GT Cup cars and TCN1 cars. Brian, Jono, I'll hand over to you for your final thoughts on that race and thoughts going forward towards our season finales.
Well, that race is, well, it's finally, the crescendo has risen. It's awesome to finally get that first win. Not, to be honest, it really doesn't matter if you're a driver or a manager. A win's a win, and I'm sure if I was driving, it'd feel, with the current torrid luck with disconnection, I had to take the sacrifice and chuck in my 2 best drivers, and they completely came away with the goods today. So it's a very awesome day, and I've got to freshen up and do it all again tomorrow with another race on Oscar, competing in TCN1 with a couple of fast drivers in there. And also on that London 12 hour, I've organised a little bit of a surprise for all the viewers that'll be shown sometime during the broadcast. What is it? Well, you'll have to be watching to find out. It's a good one. I'll just say that. You guys will love it, but you'll have to wait and find out. So Brian, what are your thoughts of that race and tomorrow?
Oh, it's just been a very entertaining to watch, and from a managing point of view, a great day as well. I've done this managing for nearly a year now, and very rarely you even win one of these races, and I don't think we've ever actually had a race that's gone that perfect. You know, where nothing had gone wrong. Everything was that we set before the race and during the race went perfectly to plan. So personally for me, I'm extremely happy and thankful that my guys, because they only just found out about yesterday that we were going to be driving in this race. So I'm very fortunate that they were able to make arrangements and race today, which is just, as you've seen, they did a fantastic job. As for tomorrow, it's going to be very interesting to see. I have a few teammates and a few good friends racing in that, so I'm going to be rooting for them. But yeah, it's going to be a very interesting race tomorrow, I think. 12 hours around this old-fashioned racetrack. We saw how much carnage was in 4 hours. Imagine multiplying that by 3. It's going to be, I think, another fantastic race tomorrow. And I'm excited to watch it, and I'm everyone in the YouTube chat should be very excited to watch it as well tomorrow.
And they definitely are. I've been seeing some of the comments. It's been great seeing the enthusiasm, continued enthusiasm for the GTPlanet Endurance Series. Right, guys, I guess that's it. I'd like to thank John Ostankowski and Brian Blauman, who've been in the commentary box with me, Andrew Mather, for the whole of this 4 hours of Brands Hatch. We'll be back tomorrow for the 12 hours. Be sure to be there. It's going to be another fantastic race in what has already been a fantastic season in the GTPlanet Endurance Series. It just keeps getting better and better, and there's not even been the season finales yet. We'll catch you guys tomorrow. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.